substitute is withdrawn and House Bill, I'll close members by just stating that this House bill and the committee substitute will address these issues that you've heard and is expected to generate cost savings to the state resulting from a reduction of workload and resources required to perform cost review and cost report audit activities at the agency as well as the provider level. So if there are no objections, the substitute is withdrawn and HB 3633 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 2107 and calls upon its author, Representative Lucio III, to explain the bill. The chair offers a substitute, and the chair recognizes Representative Lucio III to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your continued willingness to work with me and set this for a hearing. I want to thank all the people behind me and for your time this evening. I'll ask the witnesses to try to stress their point. I know they've been waiting a long time to testify, but also be mindful of your time. The American Medical Association and the Institute of Medicine have acknowledged the potential benefits of medical cannabis, and medical cannabis strains have been determined to be safe and effective treatment options. The committee substitute seeks to authorize medical cannabis possession and use for individuals suffering from debilitating medical conditions as defined by the occupation codes to provide them with treatment options to alleviate symptoms. This bill amends the Health and Safety Code to allow possession of medical cannabis for individuals with debilitating medical conditions or their registered caregiver if the patient is under 18. The bill also requires medical practitioners who wish to recommend treatment to register as the recommending medical practitioner for that patient in the compassionate use registry maintained by the department under a section of the Health and Safety Code. This includes the practitioner name as well as the name of the patient and their date of birth. Medical cannabis will be recommended to patients only if the practitioner attests through written certification that the diagnosis of the debilitating medical condition is correct, a therapeutic or palliative benefit from use will be derived, and that the potential benefits outweigh the health risks of use. This bill would also allow a dispensing organization, a cannabis testing facility, or a director, manager, or employee of a dispensing or cannabis testing facility license under subchapter C. The bill also defines an allowable amount of medical cannabis from whom medical use is recommended to be not more than 2.5 ounces. Members, there's a few other details, but let me just say how I came about to carry this bill. I think someone in my office may have said, hey, you should see this video, and it was of the Zartler girl. I think her parents will be testifying today, and it showed the quality of life for that child before and after use of a vapor that they administer, in which they will testify that they administer illegally. But the harm that she causes herself when she's not administered the vapor is just awful to witness. And I can't imagine having to be her parent and dealing with this for year after year after year. And so we filed the bill mainly because of that family. But since then, in all the years, and this is my 6th session that I've worked, I don't think I've had more families, more people reach out to me and talk to me about their personal stories and encourage me to work on this legislation. It has been a work of the heart. I want to thank, there's several members of this committee who are joint authors and co-authors. Thank you for that. And I'm sure you'll hear some great testimony tonight, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Representative Lucio. Just a couple of quick questions. One, I appreciate your willingness to work on this bill with respect to, I think it's changed some from its original form when it was filed. One of the changes was a provision that you removed to have a card in possession when you're in possession of medical cannabis. Mm-hmm. Could you give us some, background with respect to maybe why that was removed?
Right. These are things I did with at the recommendation of Jason Isaac, that several stakeholders who had concerns about the possible implications of the original bill as drafted. Gotcha. I can provide you some more information. I think maybe Representative Isaac will make an appearance tonight.
I saw him walk in. Yeah. There he is.
Oh, there he is. So focused on the chairman, I didn't. Feel free to come up to everybody. Yeah.
And it's just to give some perspective, I guess, and at some point, maybe we'll hear in close or later
Yes.
on. I just want to keep this moving, but I do believe that that's an important issue, and how we identify, someone without the card if they're possessing medical cannabis for use.
And if that's something that I'll meet with the stakeholders, if that's something that can be easily issued, maintained by the folks that are using beneficially medical cannabis, and that makes the committee feel more comfortable that the intended users are the ones using, then we will make sure to look at that. Okay. I don't know if there was maybe a fiscal note associated with it, but we'll look at it.
Okay. Like I said, I really do appreciate the fact that both you and Representative Isaac have worked to craft a bill that has changed some from its original form, and I think that addresses a lot of concerns that members have voiced, not only on this committee, but probably outside this committee as well. So we really appreciate your flexibility on that.
So I've had a lot of fiscal notes in my six-session career, and this is the first that I have a positive fiscal note of $9 million. Thought I'd throw that in.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. All right. Well, thank you, and we appreciate the layout. You did say you reserved your right to close,
Please.
so we'll call you back.
Thank you. Would you mind if I join?
Please come up on the dais. Oh, yes. Before you leave, Representative Cortez.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. And Representative Lucio, thank you for bringing forward this bill, and I believe Representative Isaac, too. Appreciate y'all's leadership. If you could just quickly talk about maybe some of the steps or the process that you took to involve all the stakeholders, and obviously all parents and families here, but also the different associations that would be interested in this.
Right. So I have to give credit where credit is due. A lot of the heavy lifting done in the interim was done by Senator Menendez. We saw that this was filed in the Senate and that there wasn't a House companion. So we filed the House companion. And of the two bills that were filed, our bill is the first to get a hearing. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Since then, the stakeholders that we've been working with are honestly the ones that have reached out to us.
Right.
And there have been numerous ones. I believe there's a resource witness from the Department of Public Safety who can answer any questions regarding the implementation or continued oversight. But in terms of how the language got crafted, I do have to thank Senator Menendez on that.
That's great to hear. It was a Bexar County legislator that led the way. But I thank you and Representative Isaac for leading the House effort. And I do have residents here from my district, 117, that drove up here to testify in support of this bill. And so I appreciate your efforts.
So just quick funny story. I had a position on a bill that someone really lashed out at me in social media. And then I think they went onto my webpage and saw that I filed this bill, and they're like, I meant everything I said earlier, but thank you so much for filing this bill. So you're not all bad. So I'm batting 500 with them.
I understand.
That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions of Representative Lucio?
Thank you,
We'll call
Mr.
you back to close. Thank you. As a housekeeping matter, I want to remind everybody there is an overflow room in E2014. So if you don't want to stand in the back and can't find a seat up here, please go to E2014. It'll be more comfortable, I promise. And I'll remind the witnesses, we have a full committee for this bill, a lot of registered witnesses. Please limit your testimony to 3 minutes. If somebody has stated something that you're just intending to repeat, try to avoid that and provide testimony that's helpful to the committee, that's unique, and we really respect. We want to hear what you have to say, but we want to keep the hearing moving. At this time, the chair calls Sherry Reinecker.
Here
Good
she is.
evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of legislature, I've never stood in front of you and I'm very nervous. I
Don't be
apologize.
nervous. It's fine. I promise.
My name is Cherie Roniker. I'm a cancer patient, but I'm truly here for my daughter, not because she is sick, but because I, her mother, am. Being a mother...
Ms. Roniker, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we always have to ask who you represent today, and it's registered as yourself, so is that
yes.
correct?
Yes, correct.
And your position on the bill is for?
Yes.
Okay, now please proceed.
Being a mother to this little girl means everything to me, and I've made it my #1 job to be around for my daughter as long as I can. My daughter wrote a little letter, and she wanted me to read it to you. Hello, I'm Angelina, daughter of Cherie and Sean Roniker. I'm 11 years old. I want cannabis to be legalized because I hate seeing my mother sick and tired with nausea and pain all the time. Sometimes her vomiting gets so bad, she has to go to the hospital. The noise scares me a lot, and I get nauseous too, and can't eat for a couple of days. If medical cannabis gets legalized, my mother will experience less of these issues. If you could please legalize cannabis, you would make people in the state of Texas happier. I hope that you will take this into thought. And just remember, whomever uses this will not use it to make them high. They will only use it to stay alive and care for their children who still need them. Thank you. My daughter has seen me sick for almost 5 years now, close to half her life. She now understands what's going on with me more than ever, and it wears on her deeply. When I went to Colorado in 2015 to try cannabis, I found it to help with my neuropathy, nausea, insomnia, and it brought back my appetite. I actually had a desire to eat. While in Colorado, I never once reached for my opioids. Yet I could not live away from my daughter, my husband, my community, and my dear friends. My cancer has deep bone pain that requires pain management. With the opioids, side effects like severe bloody constipation, nausea, lethargy, insomnia, anxiety, and depression are just some. The nausea is so relentless, I can hardly eat anything. There is no moral high ground in denying medical patients medicinal marijuana when allowable prescriptions rob us of our health. This bill is very important to me, not only because cannabis can help control my symptoms, but because it will allow me to get off some pretty strong drugs, some of which harm me as much as my ailment does. It is my hope that Chairman Price and the committee will consider the words of me and my family so that this very important bill can be signed into law to bring better quality of life, possibly even an extension of life, in hopes that I can be around to watch my daughter graduate from high school. Thank you. My cancer is multiple myeloma and it's incurable. So this is a timely matter for me.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions? We really appreciate you being here, and I know it's very emotional and it's hard to do that sometimes, especially in front of strangers in a big public setting like this, but we really do appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sean Reiniker. Good evening. If you'll state...
Good evening.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. If you'll state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, you may begin.
My name is Sean Roniker. I represent the caregivers of the people that are dealing with this issue.
Sean, you've registered, at least on our system, for that you're testifying for yourself. So if you want to correct that, you can. When you're finished testifying, Emily will help you.
Okay.
But it's really important for our procedures that we have accurate records of who testifies and in
Yes,
what
sir.
capacity. So right now, you're listed as representing yourself and you're for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Is that all accurate?
That is very accurate.
Okay. Okay. So are you just representing yourself tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You actually just heard from my wife, and she's pretty emotional, and this is hard for me too. But I would like is you would think about what you would do to help the ones you love. I'm the husband, best friend of Cherie, my joy, my inspiration, my soft place in this world. We've shared a lot of ups and downs, have overcome many hardships, and with that, it's made us stronger and more knowledgeable, with confidence. We've had amazing 11 years raising our beautiful daughter Angelina, and the sun always shines for me in the light of my beautiful Cherie. Cherie was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is a blood cancer, in November 2012. Our plans and our future dreams and aspirations have disappeared as each day becomes one of concern. Our plans become make another day, our future dreams make another week, and aspirations have become hope. Each day I have to awake with fear, a fear I cannot protect the one I love. I cannot protect Cherie from the pain of the cancer. I cannot protect her from the overwhelming nausea that she struggles with constantly, the inability to eat adequately. I fear what thoughts lie behind my daughter's eyes, the fear we both share. I have anger for her pain, deep sorrow for her time of the medicinal, debilitating escape that she has to take, the anxiety for that next emergency room, the next uncontrolled reaction that the drugs that have strained her body, her mind, and her spirit. I scream for an answer. I beg God to take it from her. Give it to me. Let me suffer so she may not. Our daughter needs her mother. Cherie is the light in this world that she so deeply needs. And I find this tonight, that when I talk to people, that they're all dealing with this and they all want help. And that's what we're looking to this council for now. This is your chance to help the people of Texas. Please don't let us down.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you for being with us this evening. We appreciate it. Chair calls Cecilia Lideke? Cecilia Lideke. Oh, excuse me. Okay, great. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Lideke. Great. If you'll state your name and who you represent and your position on the bill, please.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Lideke, and I'm for House Bill 2107.
You representing yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I had a testimony all planned out. I have to say that today has been a real eye-opener for me. 3 years ago, my husband and I, or 2 years ago, we walked in these halls. We've been cannabis activists for 3 years. And the reason is because I'm a Huntington's disease patient, but I didn't know that at the time. Since then, I am illegally healing with cannabis oil in particular. I'm able to stand here in front of you today because of cannabis oil. Because before, when I rolled through these halls, I was in a wheelchair. The last time I was here, I seized alone in my wheelchair in these very halls. But I have to say, it felt really phenomenal to walk through the halls, to walk through the front doors, to have to not go all the way to the north wing to get into this building, to be able to walk up the steps. I've done every step in here in this Capitol today, and I've gone to see my representative. I've gone to see my senator. I've even gone to see Senator Schwartner all the way in 420, or actually his committee or his legislative aides or whatever in 420. And I have to say I'm standing here because of cannabis oil. And I'd like the same for my children, because I can't give them oil. While I can do it for myself, I don't feel right doing it for my children without it being legal. And there are studies that show that not only does it therapeutically treat Huntington's disease, but it also may prevent it in my children. And that's why I'm here as a mom. I did all this research myself. I did it because a worried mother does better research than the FBI. Okay, I knew I was sick, and I knew I had to find a way to get better for my children. And then I had to find a way for them to get better, because each of them, I have 2 daughters, they each have a 50% chance of inheriting my disease, ending up in my wheelchair, and just as I was, instead of standing before you as I am today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? We really appreciate you being here. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Chair calls Michelle Walker. If you'll please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Walker. I'm here in support of House Bill 2107. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the parents that have had to leave Texas with mothers advocating medical marijuana for autism.
So that's what MAMMA stands for?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I will refer to it as MAMA from here on out, most likely. I'm a member of MAMA, a military wife, a native Texan, a medical refugee, and most importantly, I am Vincent's mother. Vincent has severe autism and intractable epileptic encephalopathy. He has a seizure every 10 seconds when he's unmedicated. My son's severe autism presents itself in a number of ways. Perhaps the most profound way is the severe aggression associated with it. We've tried a number of pharmaceutical medications. We've tried so many things. Nothing has worked. They've in fact exacerbated the condition. We have even tried CBD, also to no avail. He does qualify for teacup as it currently stands, and it didn't work. In fact, he had more seizures and more aggression. When I say aggression, my son hit and kicked. He punched, he choked me. My 9-year-old son did this, and it was beyond his control. We had no choice. We didn't know what to do anymore. My family left to Colorado 3 months ago. I'm a native Texan. My husband served in the U.S. military for over 20 years, and we left our home. Medical cannabis saved my son's life and saved my life as well. My son went over a month with no seizures. As of today, Vincent has not had an aggressive tendency or a meltdown in 32 days. He went from hitting and choking me several times a day to over a month with nothing. And this is from cannabis oil. We use tinctures, we use topicals, we use edibles, we use a variety of delivery methods, and we utilize THC. That is the only thing that stops his severe aggression and epileptic seizures. And it works every time. Please don't misunderstand my testimony. Cannabis does not cure autism. Cannabis does not cure epilepsy. But what it does, it gives my son and our family such an amazing quality of life. It has changed us so much. My son is no longer surviving. He's thriving. Please, you have the ability to help hundreds of thousands of autistic children You have the ability to help so many people just by saying you. All of you can help us. Please, please let my family come home. Please let us come back. My son deserves to live. My son deserves a life, and we want it here in Texas, where we belong. I'd be happy to answer any questions about my experiences in Colorado and treatment and anything you may have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for your time.
Chair calls Dr. Audrey Powell. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Dr. Audrey Powell. I'm here representing myself, and I am for House Bill 2107.
Dr. Powell, you're also registered for MAMMA?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I'm here today as a licensed physician in the state of Texas, and I'm an internal medicine doctor and a pediatrician, and I'm also a mother of an 11-year-old boy. His name is Mitchell, and Mitchell has severe autism, diagnosed when he was 2 years old. He has severe aggressive behaviors, he has insomnia, he has hyperactivity, seizures, and a host of other presentations with his autism. Mitchell has been followed at Texas Children's in their Autism Center, as well as in their Meyer Center for Developmental and Behavioral Pediatrics. He's seen multiple specialists and multiple therapists, and we've even gone to Panama for stem cell therapy in efforts to try to improve his autistic condition, and to this date we've only had minimal improvement. Currently, Mitchell has severe self-injurious behavior. He headbangs, he hits his head on the floor, on the walls. He's kicked out the windows in our home. He's kicked in walls. We've replaced those windows with plexiglass, but I still fear for his safety. He has jumped from heights and caused fractures of his foot. He also has had high-grade ankle sprains. He is at risk for elopement. He is very much a safety concern for me and my family. In addition to injuring himself, he also has injured our family, his teachers, and the other students in his classes by hitting, kicking, headbutting, and most recently at the end of January, he attacked me, causing rupture to my cornea, and now I have decreased binocular vision. I'm unable to work in the emergency room. That's what I was doing before, and I'm unable to do that at this time due to the healing process and what I've gone through with the with my corneal rupture. In addition, my husband, who works in law enforcement, has sustained a rotator cuff injury by trying to restrain my son and trying to keep him safe, and he has to have surgery in a couple of weeks to repair that. So we have huge safety issues in our home and quality of life issues. In addition, Mitchell is getting bigger, he's older, he's stronger, and puberty is setting in, so it's a continual, sort of hypervigilance for us in the family to try and stay safe. We've been on multiple medications. He's been on Risperdal that we've used to try to control the aggression. Due to the side effects related to the medication, he has gynecomastia. Gynecomastia is breast development. His left breast is twice the size of his right one. And he also has had metabolic problems, weight gain, and a host of other things with all the pharmaceuticals we've tried. So I'm here before you guys tonight to just ask your favor in allowing, as a medical doctor, having practiced for 20 years here, I'm really passionate about being able to provide care for my son so that he's able to stay in the home, so that we can have peace in our home. And I think that other families, deserve the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. Members, any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Thalia Segelink. Thalia Segelink. Chair calls Byron Adenoff. Byron, okay, Adenoff. State your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent. You may begin.
I'm Brian Adnoff, and I'm in support of the bill. I'm here for myself.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of HB2107. I'm a member of the faculty at UT Southwestern Medical Center, but I'm here strictly as a private citizen expressing my own opinions. I'm an addiction psychiatrist and have been living in Dallas since 1995. I've published and spoken widely on the biologic effects and treatment of addictive disorders and am the editor of the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. My research has been funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, and the Department of Veterans Affairs. Last session, the Texas legislature took a giant leap forward in approving the Compassionate Use Program. This law allows for the use of cannabidiol, one of over 100 active cannabinoids in marijuana, for the treatment of epilepsy. However, marijuana, or botanical cannabis, has several known cannabinoids that are potentially useful in a number of additional debilitating conditions. In a recent report, the National Academy of Sciences reported that there was conclusive or substantial evidence that cannabis or cannabinoids are effective for the treatment of chronic pain in adults and multiple sclerosis spasticity. In a recent review in the New England Journal of Medicine by the director of NIDA, National Institutes of Drug Abuse, quote, clinical conditions with symptoms that may be relieved by treatment with marijuana or other cannabinoids, unquote, include chronic pain, inflammation, multiple sclerosis, AIDS-associated anorexia, and wasting syndrome, glaucoma, and nausea. The usefulness of botanical cannabis regulation for medicinal purposes is impressive. JAMA Internal Medicine reported that states with medical marijuana laws saw a 25% decrease in opioid overdose deaths compared to states that did not have medical marijuana. It is estimated there are more than 1.2 million legal medical marijuana patients in the United States, and patient surveys consistently find that over half report using marijuana to reduce reliance on prescription drugs, primarily opioids. Furthermore, from a pharmaceutical perspective, botanical cannabis is a very safe drug. In the U.S., tobacco killed over 480,000 people last year. Alcohol killed almost 90,000. The opioid epidemic caused 33,000 overdose deaths last year. In contrast, to my knowledge, nobody has ever died from a marijuana overdose. Thus, while the Compassionate Use Act was a wonderful first step, there are several debilitating conditions that botanical cannabis may be useful for. Last week, while I was giving some invited talks at NIDA and the National Institutes of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, I had the pleasure of meeting with one of the world's preeminent scientists in endocannabinoid research. He described to me just how exciting this the work is, the research going on in the endocannabinoids, and the many pharmaceuticals that are being developed that target the body's own cannabinoid receptor system. However, the path to FDA approval is a very long and arduous process. It will likely be at least a decade before these compounds are available for use. Meanwhile, there is an urgent need to increase the availability of botanical cannabis for those presently suffering. It is important that we do not delay the ability of patients to obtain a potentially life-saving drug. I urge your support for HB 2107. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adnoff. We appreciate you being here this evening. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Elias Jackson. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. And I want to first thank you for staying here so late at night and hearing what everyone has to say. This is a very emotional topic for me. tell you a little bit about myself.
Dr. Jackson, before you do that, will you just state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Dr. Elias Jackson. I represent Veraform Biopharmaceuticals. We're a precision medicine company, biotech.
And yourself?
And myself, yes.
Okay. And you're registered for the bill, is that
For
accurate?
the bill,
Okay.
and I'm here for the bill. Veraform is located in the Texas Medical Center in the Innovation Institute. We are partnered with MD Anderson Cancer Center. There we've created a partnership to look at the effects of cannabinoids on cancer, particularly B-cell lymphoma. We also are partnered with the UT Health Science Center Houston, where we are looking at potential delivery systems other than smoking for cannabinoids. In addition to that, we have a partnership with University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston, where we are focusing on the potential effects of cannabinoids for substance abuse. We see that substance abuse is involved in the serotonergic system, and we believe that we can use cannabinoids in place of harmful substances like methadone. We are also developing a project with Baylor College of Medicine. It's currently in the beginning stages, and there we want to partner with Memorial Hermann, where we will look at the effects of cannabinoids for epilepsy. A little bit about myself. I'm a native Texan, born and raised in the great city of San Antonio, Texas, by the way. There we go. Absolutely. I'm a graduate of the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston in the area of cellular and molecular biology. I'm a former Yale University junior faculty member and medical school professor. We will tonight hear all of the emotional and powerful stories of our patients here in the state of Texas. And Veraform wants to continue to support them and the state of Texas. I do want to commend you, the committee, the governor, for taking the first step with the Compassionate Use Program. I think we're well on our way to making Texas the gold standard. However, we still have a long way to go. One of the things from a scientific point of view that we see, and I gave you a handout there, is that in the case of autistic individuals, cannabinoids seem to have a neuroprotective effect. So one of the byproducts of cellular metabolism is superoxide ions. And basically they are byproducts of normal metabolism, but whenever you have an environmental stress like ionizing radiation or any other type of radiation type stress, we see that these particular ions begin to increase in their numbers. And what can happen is that they actually can then cause various types of damage. In the case of cancer, skin cancer, xerodermal pigmentosum is caused by, as you well know, being out in the sun too long, ionizing radiation. In the case of being a neuroprotectant, we're seeing that they have the ability to decrease the activity of these ions. And that's very critical, because these ions are also, in theory, thought to be a part of the aging process. So at Veraform, our goal is specifically to look at scientifically how these particular cannabinoids work. We support all our patients. We support all our growers here in Texas. We support the growers who were fortunate to receive the first round of the preliminary licenses. We support the state, and we support the governor. So our goal is to continue to aid you, to push forward, to aid our patients, to make sure that these families don't have to leave this great state and move somewhere else, that they can continue to keep their jobs, continue to keep their family lives, continue to get a better quality of life. And thank you, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Members, any questions? Thanks for your written testimony, too. It's very helpful. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Keith Crook.
I have to echo Sherry's comments. This is pretty nervous-making.
Don't be nervous. If you'll state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Keith Crook. I'm here representing myself, and I am for the bill. If I can get technology to work with me here. I'm a Republican, a combat veteran, a military retiree with 23 years of service. I live in New Braunfels, Texas, and I'm a practicing registered nurse. Thousands of my fellow Texans and Texas veterans suffer from debilitating illnesses such as chronic pain, post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injuries. And the medications prescribed by the VA, this cocktail, it's not good. Opiates, benzodiazepines, antidepressants, and it's a cocktail and they all interact. And each day, you've heard about that already, there's many people who die of the legal drugs. I have PTSD. And I was officially diagnosed in 2003 upon my return from the Iraq War. Up until 2 years ago, my irrational outbursts of anger, unpredictable behavior, they kept increasing. It kept getting worse and worse. My PTSD symptoms were driving me to withdraw. And that's not that bad a deal. You know, hey, I've lived a good life, so hey, no worries to withdraw. But I have a child, and I don't have a choice. Interestingly enough, after living with me, my daughter developed pretty severe depression and anxiety. That's not surprising. I infected her. That didn't make me stop. I knew it was happening. But I blacked out on that cocktail of legal meds because I couldn't sleep. And I drove my daughter to school during that blackout. That was the last day I used an opiate, a benzodiazepine, a hypnotic sedative like Ambien or Halcyon. That's the very last day I used any of those medications, 2 years ago. That day, my doctor got me into her office, and I told her what happened, and she made a decision as a person and told me that I needed the help of a plant. And it's given me peace. Texans, including Texas veterans, deserve a chance to use this medicine and to do so legally. I do not want to have to choose between being a criminal who served my country for 23 years and being a caretaker and an upstanding member of this community. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, each and every one.
Thank you, Mr. Crook, and thank you for your service. Thank you for sharing your personal story with us. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Robert Marks. Thank you. If you'll state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Robert Marks. I represent myself, and I'd like to say a lot of my patients and other people's patients. And I am for this bill. So, I'm Dr. Robert Marks. I'm a practicing physician in the state of Texas. I'm dual board certified in both pain management as well as anesthesiology by the American Board of Anesthesiology. I've treated thousands of patients with debilitating illnesses, and I've seen the consequences of the opioid epidemic firsthand. It's bad, especially here in Austin where I practice. According to the CDC, 91 people in our country die each day of opioid overdoses. Now, when you look at the census data, that comes out to about 7.8 Texans daily. They die because they stop breathing. In a time when opioid overdose is the #1 cause of accidental death in our country, that's exceeding deaths from motor vehicle accidents, it's a major ethical challenge as a physician to restrict such patients to an adjunct drug that not only decreases the patient's demand for opioids, but also carries with it a significantly better safety profile. According to a study published by JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, already referenced earlier, medical cannabis laws, states with medical cannabis laws, have seen an average of a 24.8% reduction in opioid overdose deaths. That's a lot. Now, most people don't know this. We always hear about how cannabis, you can't die from an overdose of cannabis. Well, the fact is, the brainstem, which controls our drive to breathe, has almost 0 receptors to cannabinoids. That's the reason that there have been 0 known fatal overdoses of cannabis. 0. It's a lot less than opioids. Drugabuse.gov, government website for the National Institute of Drug Abuse, posted an update just last month, April 2017, federal website, citing multiple studies supporting medical cannabis decreasing opioid overdoses, decreasing prescriptions for opioids, as well as decreased associated deaths from opioids. They conclude that cannabis may have a role in reducing the use of opioids needed to control pain. Now, a lot of these studies that people talk about say things like may have a reduction. The fact is, we've got a lot of limitations when it comes to studies. People say there needs to be more studies. Well, the federal government's going to limit studies for a Schedule I drug. Meanwhile, the drug companies aren't going to fund such studies because it's not in their best interest to fund such. You can't, they're not going to do very well from that. So we tend to go by retrospective studies, and the retrospective studies are pretty clear-cut. So cannabis should be compared to opioids. I don't feel that it should really be compared as much to alcohol and tobacco. We're not talking about recreational, we're talking about a medication. This bill is for therapeutic. This is a medical cannabis bill. This is not a recreational bill, and I'm not standing here supporting recreational cannabis. I'm not saying this is a cure-all drug. You're going to hear very convincing testimony by a lot of very good people. Some of them are in support, some of them are in opposition. But the fact of the matter is, thousands of lives can be saved by allowing people to try cannabis as an alternative to opioids. I thank you very much for your consideration, sincerely. Thank you for your time. I know it's late. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. Representative Zedler.
Thank you for being here. Let me ask you this. First of all, medical cannabis is typically somewhere around 0.6% THC. Is that right?
Honest to goodness, I don't really know the exact concentrations. Apparently the answer is no. I'm going to go with no from the...
higher?
From them. So, higher. It's higher, sir. It's higher.
Okay.
Doctors decide about life.
I'm sure. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. You let the doctor decide how much, what percentage. And okay, but the main thing is that you see that it has results that are far superior to pharmaceuticals, and probably a lot less expensive too.
I can't really attest to the cost. Of course, so much of this, as we say, you look at the retrospective analyses. You see. In fact, that handout that I gave you guys also has some references. There's a study that actually showed, it was actually in the Washington Post somewhat recently, with a large graphic of how much of a decrease in daily prescriptions that were actually given by physicians, not only for opioids, but for all sorts of other types of medications or other indications. The data, you have to ultimately extrapolate a lot of the therapeutic benefit based on the data. If there are less people dying of overdoses of pain medication, and there are less prescriptions for pain medication, you're really hard pressed to not extrapolate the fact that people are taking less pain medication.
Right.
So now, is that what indication of pain? I mean, Lord knows I don't think I need to stand here and explain cancer pain and all these different types of pain, of course. But the fact is, when there's less medication being utilized, there's obviously a cause and effect relationship here. And in a time when things are as critical as they are, I mean, every single person in this room has heard about the opioid epidemic. I mean, and it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. I mean, if you don't know somebody who's died of an opioid overdose, you probably know of somebody who's got a family member that has, or a friend that has. And we're desperate. As a physician, I'll tell you, I'm desperate. I get patients that land on my practice's doorstep because the pain practice that they were seeing no longer accepts their insurance, and they need somebody to take over their pain medication. And I have to look at this situation with the ethical ramifications of, do I really agree with this dose of medication, but at the same time I have to balance that with the safety of what's going to happen if they don't get this. How can we titrate them down? How can I figure out other things? And this is a potential tool, and when you know the science behind it. This was my Grand Rounds topic back when I was a fellow at Texas Tech to subspecialize in pain. So back in 2012, my core things, the sort of medical equivalent of a thesis, I had to be an expert at this one particular topic. Going into it, I didn't expect to support this. I expected it to be entertaining dinner party conversation, to be very honest with you. But I came out of it with the feeling that I feel strongly enough about this particular topic that I'm going to put all of my professional and relative political capital on the line. I mean, just like you guys, every politician has that risk that you guys run by supporting this type of legislation. It's controversial, and a lot of your constituents don't support it, but a lot of your constituents do. And just like the Trump supporters, a lot of people don't want to admit that they support it. But the fact of the matter is, when you really truly believe in something, and I really truly do, I'm going to come out here and do this. And I don't really see a lot of other medical doctors coming out here trying to support this and feeling so strongly about it. But I really truly do. And you'll notice the last line in there. I actually talk specifically for the cancer patients, and I go so far as to actually state, I think I actually have it on here. I beg you, at a minimum, on behalf of thousands of cancer patients and their providers who watch them suffer, at least give cancer patients access. And even some of the most oppositional physicians, and I know because I've spoken with some today. Even some of the most oppositional physicians have still made statements of how the cancer patients, they'll turn the other cheek. They'll look the other way if they're using it. But nobody wants to admit that because it goes against the law, and that's a very, very big confounding factor. And I think that legislation such as this has the potential to be able to fix a lot of these issues and really truly to save a lot of lives.
Maybe we need to change the law.
I hope so.
Thank you.
I thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Marks. We appreciate your
Chairman Price.
testimony. Thank you.
I thank you all very much.
Chair calls Amanda Berard.
Well, how did I draw the short straw to have to follow Dr. Marks? It always happens to me that way. My name is Amanda Berard. I'm going to represent myself, and I vehemently support House Bill 2107.
Please
Is that
proceed.
right?
Yes.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Chairman.
Thank you.
My master's thesis was focused on the use of cannabis for the management of PTSD symptom clusters, and I will be continuing this line of research when I begin my PhD in the fall. As a nurse and an anthropologist, I'm well educated in the medical field. I trust science and evidence. I've collected and observed data on the efficacy of cannabis. I have also experienced firsthand the health promotion capabilities of this medication. I'm also really short, so this is like way in my face.
That's all right.
I'm an Army veteran. I enlisted just before my 19th birthday and experienced my first sexual assault within 6 months. It wasn't the last, and it wasn't the worst. These rapes and assaults directly contributed to my depression and anxiety, and my experiences have resulted in poorly managed chronic PTSD. I'm prescribed 11 different medications by the VA. And these drugs are supposed to battle depression, ease anxiety, prevent nightmares, and promote mental health. The off-label use of these pills renders them largely ineffective and requires additions of more pills to the cocktail. The side effects of these drugs are almost as crippling as the disorders they are intended to treat. Paxil left me completely lethargic and bedbound. Zoloft, Wellbutrin, Effexor, tremors, insomnia, anorexia. I think about dying every single day, and sometimes it doesn't seem like the worst choice I have. Discussion with my doctors do little to establish more effective treatment plans because they are bound by the law. All they can offer are more drugs in an attempt to satiate the side effects. But there is another option. I spent some time in a legal state. I medicated myself with cannabis. For the first time in years, I could sleep through the night without the fear of the faces I would see when I closed my eyes. I was able to get out of bed and happily engage in social situations. I was productive and confident. I wasn't afraid to have my back exposed. My heart wasn't pounding in fear when I walked to my car. Keys no longer gripped like knives in my fingers. I remember what my laugh sounded like. My pain was dissipating. And then I came home to Texas. HB2107 would offer veterans like me an alternative treatment that we could discuss with our doctors when the pills fail. This extension of compassion has the potential to save countless lives. Veteran suicide rates and opioid deaths are increasing at startling velocity, and the statistics from legal states demonstrate a correlation between medical cannabis and a decrease in suicide and opioid deaths. Mental health is largely mistreated and demonized in our society, and veterans are suffering at higher rates than their civilian counterparts. Military sexual trauma and post-traumatic stress make living my life extraordinarily difficult, some days more so than others. Managing the associated symptoms should not be difficult and should not be accompanied by additional health concerns. I stand before this committee asking for the restoration of my autonomy, for the freedom of medical choice, and for the compassion I was not shown by my fellow service members. I stand for this committee asking for a vote in favor of House Bill 2107 so that Texas veterans have a chance to have a healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for sharing that story. I know it's very personal and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jacobus Zaburkas, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, so you'll have to correct me. If you'll state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, you may begin.
My name is Dr. Jakubo Zuburkas. I represent myself and a company called Cantelligence, which stands for Cannabinoid Intelligence, and I'm in support of this bill. I'm by training an epileptologist. I study epilepsy for over 15 years, as well as Alzheimer's disease and traumatic brain injury. I'm a tenured professor at the University of Houston, where I have my own research laboratory, and we perform cannabinoid research there. The company, which I represent, I do not represent university here, is located at the Innovation Center at the University of Houston, where we are innovation in cannabinoids formulations as well as in education. This year alone, we trained over 300 medical doctors for continuous medical education that is approved by American Medical Association, Nursing Association. And the reason why Texas medical cannabis program needs to be expanded is because cannabis contains a diverse set of chemicals with therapeutic benefits and it is used to treat a variety of chronic and debilitating conditions around the world for many years, for centuries, where we have practice-based evidence, and I wouldn't call these anecdotes, I would call these thousands of case studies that actually have now been medically documented around the world. Furthermore, only 0.3 to 0.6% of patients suffer from intractable epilepsy. And in the states where medical cannabis is legal for multiple conditions, intractable patients for epilepsy comprise less than 1% of the total population. And the fastest rising user group in US is not teenage kids and stoners, it's baby boomers. This is the fastest rising demographic for use of cannabis for chronic pain and other chronic conditions. The reason why cannabis has diverse medicinal properties is because cannabis components like THC target endocannabinoid system, and you have endocannabinoid system diagram in front of you, which is the major body regulatory system which produces your own cannabinoids inside your own bodies called endocannabinoids. It generates cannabinoids, and THC and other endogenous cannabinoids act similarly to these endocannabinoids. There are over 1,000 molecules in cannabis plant and over 115 known phytocannabinoids that are found in cannabis plant, like CBD, cannabidiol. And these different compounds target not only endocannabinoid system, but also other therapeutically relevant body systems. THC is the only intoxicating component in cannabis, yet THC and cannabis flowers with multiple components have many medicinal benefits. However, currently available cannabinoid subscription pharmaceuticals in the US are only synthetic THC preparations with limited applications and multiple unwanted side effects. And it's only synthetic THC. Instead, many more THC and CBD and other cannabinoid and molecule preparations with their distinct formulations are being used currently around the world by medical cannabis patients and are available to these patients immediately, bypassing the 10, 5, or 15-year wait for the FDA-approved medications. Thus, it is imperative to educate ourselves about this diverse set of compounds. When people understand the cannabis science and the endocannabinoid system, a lot of the stigma is actually relieved. And we need access to these preparations that are effective and also safe. By the way, cannabinoids are also found in other plants, not just cannabis. Flax contains cannabidiol, but I didn't see flax on Schedule 1, like cannabidiol. Cannabimimetics are found in other plants, in peppers, in cloves, and hops. These are the compounds that bind your cannabinoid receptors, CB2 receptor in particular. And cannabis is not the same as synthetic cannabinoids. When you hear synthetic kush or synthetic spice, everybody equates it to cannabis. This is not cannabis, it's not marijuana, it's synthetic substances that are designed in the lab and put out illegally on the market. We do not stand for synthetic cannabinoids. It's about natural medicinal cannabis. Finally, National Institute of Health and National Academy of Sciences and Engineering and Medicine not only lists a number of conditions where medical cannabis helps, but also encourages observational studies for a diverse set of medical conditions. Just like with other medications, physicians and healthcare professionals should be well trained and given the responsibility to decide what combinations and percentages of THC, CBD, other cannabinoids like terpenes that are aromatic cannabinoids that have their own medicinal properties, and what routes of delivery should be used. For some immediate relief of conditions, inhalation is necessary. For prolonged relief or delayed relief, ingestion and metabolism of those substances is another way of doing it. Topical is yet another application. Diverse set of conditions, variations in individual metabolism, they all are important, and the need for either one of these treatments need to be decided by the doctors. Availability of medical cannabis for diverse set conditions, observational studies that could be allowed given this cannabis, and sensible regulations are key to safe production of effective use of cannabinoid-based medications. This is where education is the key, and observational studies will lead us to the future individualized cannabinoid treatments for a diverse set of disorders. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Chair calls Glenn Mays. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Glenn Mays, actually Chairman for Price. Would you remind me who I represent?
You registered representing yourself.
Okay.
And as a cannabis wellness consultant.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure it was correct for the record.
And you registered for the bill?
I am very much for this bill.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If you find something that gives your child a chance at life or improves his quality of life, you will not stop researching. For Orion, we chose to leave Texas, our home, our families, and move to Colorado for cannabinoid therapy. Orion's neurological condition is bilateral polymicrogyria, which includes recurrent seizures that are difficult or impossible to control with medication. I got that from the National Institutes of Health Genetics Home Reference page. Our problem with seizure medication in Texas is that it worsens his already existing conditions in hopes of not having a seizure. As a former juvenile correctional supervisor, I witnessed the effects of pharmaceuticals on the developing brain, and I want better for my son. This led us to a path of first do no harm. I looked at cannabis as a medicine. I first looked at cannabis as a medicine through my work with Susan G. Komen. I began researching alternative cures for breast cancer, and I found that cannabis disassembles cancer cells in a non-toxic fashion. We've had over a 70% reduction in seizures since using cannabis. By the way, we left last year, July 4th. We've achieved this through the entourage effect. We reset the system through protocol for cannabis oil use and helped them reach homeostasis. The entourage effect describes how cannabinoids increases each other's efficiency when used together, just like a fork and knife are more useful than together than used individually. CBD is valuable, but it's not enough for many patients. Each plant has a cannabinoid profile, which is essentially the plant's blood type. THC and CBD are two of the many cannabinoids, and it's actually 9 on this. Orion's dosage includes 9 cannabinoids: CBG, THCA, CBDA, THCV, CBD, CBDV, Delta-9 THC, CBN-A, and CBN. I don't have time to explain the known benefits of each, but a few of these are antifungal properties, bone proliferation, anti-epileptic, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant. With the results we've seen from using cannabis and the current laws against the natural medicine here, it's difficult for us to consider Texas home again until changes are made. In reference to costs, I currently am in Colorado. I work in the industry. I've jumped into the concentrate industry. I know what you want on the cost. I actually had a member that was getting her volume cheaper. She couldn't actually pay for the material that she needed, and she was going to have to deal with the side effects of the volume. I have many people that come in and see us and ask how my 3-year-old can benefit from cannabis, and I kind of laugh, and at the same time I'm scared, because what does this guy know about me and my son and what I'm doing with my family? I'm so thankful I left Texas for those reasons alone. I have an impeccable record. My wife did not want to lose that for an African American male. I had to leave Texas. Please let me come back and see my family. I have 95-year-old grandparents, and they don't have long. And for me, family is everything. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being with us. Chair calls Kathleen Rector. Kathleen Rector. Kathleen, if you'll state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, you may begin.
Thank you. Chairman Price and distinguished members of the committee, my name is Kathleen Rector from Odessa, Texas, and I am overwhelmingly testifying for HB 2107.
And you're representing yourself?
I represent myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. In 1989, I began to develop a slight tremor in my hands. I went to a neurologist and he ordered an MRI. The findings of the MRI were inconclusive. My condition has become so severe since 1989 that I am unable to eat with normal utensils. I must drink from a straw because I can no longer hold a glass. I am concerned every time I leave my home due to my tremors. It is extremely difficult to do the many things women are used to doing, like putting on makeup, brushing her hair, taking pictures of your grandchildren, writing letters, signing checks. I even had the bank call me and ask me to verify my penmanship. And the list goes on and on and on. Since 1989, I've seen multiple doctors and taken many powerful medicines without getting relief. Some drugs were so strong that they kept me from functioning normally during the day. And that's, I'll tell you, it was like being in a coma. Then one day, after 28 years of shaking and altering my lifestyle daily, a friend of mine told me about a person who had very severe tremors until he started using, you guessed it, cannabis oil. My husband and I did our research and decided to try the oil. While sitting at dinner, I ingested a few drops of the oil, and before our eyes, it was a miracle. After 28 long years, I was no longer shaking. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. I have been able to come out of the closet today and be able to speak to you about something that is not legal. You know, without HB2107, we as citizens are forced to break the laws to relieve our conditions. My husband and I are law-abiding citizens, not criminals, but we are forced to take routes we do not want to take for my uncontrollable tremors. We need your help desperately, and I understand it all begins in this beautiful room. I need your help desperately. The children with autism, the children and adults with epileptic seizures, the middle-aged person who has just been diagnosed with Parkinson's need your help desperately. Look at folks. I know this may be a surprise to a few of you, but I am not a spring chicken. I don't have a lifetime in front of me to wait so they can develop the magic pill that the FDA can finally put their stamp of approval on. A year ago, I would have come to you like this, and this is no exaggeration. Today, I come to you like this. All because of cannabis oil. Please know how very, very important legalizing cannabis oil, HB2107, would be for the right people, the patients with debilitating conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rector. We appreciate you being here.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Terry Carricker.
You'll have my testimony in the packet, but I wanted to also give you Catherine's drug history just visually. It means more than numbers. My name is Terry Carricker. I am testifying for myself. for House Bill 2107.
Terry, we have you registered against the bill.
No, absolutely not.
Well, when you are finished testifying, oh no, we can change that for you. Do I have your permission to change that to
Absolutely,
for the bill?
please change it for the bill. I have no idea how that happened.
That's okay.
I don't get much sleep, so I'll blame it on that.
So that we have it all correct, you're representing yourself. You're testifying for the bill.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Chairman Price and committee, thank you so much for hearing our testimonies today. I was one of the many who advocated for the compassionate use program last session. And my daughter actually qualifies under that program. Unfortunately, the limitations of that bill limit also the benefit that it can give to her and other patients who qualify. Catherine developed typically until she was 3.5. She had a very traumatic onset of very severe epilepsy. We've never had control of her seizures since then. She lost language. She lost motor function. We basically lost her for years. She sat like a zombie and didn't laugh or play because of the medication she's been on. She has been on literally every pharmaceutical anti-seizure medication on the market, and some medications off-label. She's done IVIG, which is a blood product infusion, and heavy IV steroids. None of this has had a lasting impact on her seizures. She's had 3 brain surgeries. The third one left her with partial paralysis on her left side. We did the ketogenic diet twice, and she has a vagus nerve stimulator. We have completely exhausted everything that the traditional medical community has to offer her, and she still has 8 to 10 seizures every night. It has failed her. The pharmaceuticals leave her groggy and unstable. They impact her language and cognition. When she was 5, she developed the beginnings of liver failure from one of the medications she was on. She's on a cocktail of 6 drugs now, and high doses of vitamin D because she's severely deficient because of the medication. Between the drugs and the seizures, we have basically lost the daughter we have. At 15, she sleeps in bed with my husband and me because she has 3 times almost suffocated after winding up face down in her pillow, unable to move or breathe after a seizure. Quality of life is bad. We had the opportunity about 3 years ago to try whole plant cannabis with a higher THC concentration than what would be allowable under the teacup. And she had several nights a week seizure-free. And the nights that she did have seizures, she had 1 or 2. It was life-changing for us. Unfortunately, without consistent product, lab-tested product, that was not sustainable for us, aside from it being illegal. And so we weaned her off. Her seizures skyrocketed. We enrolled her in the trials for a biopharmaceutical of a purified CBD. It cut her seizures about in half, but again, that still left her with 8 to 10 seizures a night, which is not acceptable. She's missed about 60 days of school due to seizures and medication side effects this year. And we still live every day with the very real knowledge that it could be our last day with her. I am begging you to vote for this bill. Pass it through committee, get it to the floor. Catherine deserves the same compassion that those who will be served under TCUP offer, as do other patients. Compassion should not have boundaries. We need to broaden this program and allow all of our patients in Texas to benefit from the use of cannabis. Questions? I'm happy to answer.
Representative Isaac.
Don't make me cry.
Yeah, you and Talia get me every time, Terry. You're a constituent. And I've said, I'll continue to fight for this, even if I lose elections, because it's the right thing to do.
Right. Representative Cortez.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to also thank her for her testimony. I know it's not easy to come up and speak in front of us, but it was very touching, very emotional, and it really drove home the point and made the point to, I believe, all of us here on the committee. So thank you very much for being brave and coming up to testify. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Chair calls Amy Fowle. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
You did just fine, thank you. My name is Amy Lou Faywell, and I am here for 2107.
And you represent yourself?
I'm speaking for myself and on behalf of our group, Texas Mama, Mothers Advocating Medical Marijuana for Autism. Mama was started in 2014 out of an Austin Ridge Bible Church parent support group. Speaking for myself, I'm a conservative Christian, lifelong Republican, pro-life, Israel-supporting, Second Amendment, states' rights believer. I understand that legislation like this is tough for Texas conservatives to accept. And I was once like you. But when you have a sick kid, you think out of the box. And I want you to know that Mama is here not for recreational. Medical cannabis is our end game. About 30 moms and dads and family members have come tonight, but only a few of us are speaking, first out of respect for this committee, and because although our kids are unique and special to us, our stories are sadly similar. If you don't mind, these people have traveled from across Texas and from out of state, from Denver. They came all the way here just so that you could see them. You have their testimonies. Can I please ask them to stand so you can identify who they are? According to CDC statistics, 1% of the U.S. population has autism. That translates to 270,000 Texans who are on the spectrum. Furthermore, research tells us that well over half of our children have aggression towards themselves, that's called self-injurious behavior, or towards others. I would like to ask our mamas again to please just raise their hands if their child is self-injurious or aggressive. That's almost all of us here. That's more than 50% of this group. My son is both self-injurious and aggressive. With autism, no drug is off the table. You've heard all these drugs described. I won't go through them. The problem is they don't work, and if they did, we wouldn't be here. While no medicine works for everybody, cannabis seems to work for a large percentage, and I've been an autism mom for a long time, and I've seen a lot of interventions that this is the new thing in autism. This works. It helps tons of kids, and they all fade away. Cannabis isn't fading away, and it's not going to fade away. Of the 29 states where medical marijuana is legal, 3 now include autism as a qualifying condition, last one being Georgia, another southern state. And there are many parents in Texas who actually are treating their children with cannabis, but they live in fear of CPS taking their kids, of families being ripped apart, of having to stop the treatment. And I want to point out the American Academy of Pediatrics does recommend that medical marijuana be an option for debilitating conditions, and certainly our kids have a debilitating condition. So, all of us mamas are here to ask you to have compassion for our sick children, for our families. Our quality of life is quite difficult. We're asking you to have the courage to open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of all the unfortunate. Open your mouth, judge righteously, and defend the rights of the afflicted and needy. Thank you.
Representative Cortez.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You said you had a son?
I have a son. He's 17.
He's 17?
Yes, sir.
And you've been giving him some medical cannabis to help?
We have people that are going to talk about that.
Okay.
I'm not really somebody that, I'm not out of the cannabis closet.
That's okay. I think we don't want you to hide anymore.
I don't want to. This
Okay.
law can change and we can all be free. We're asking for the freedom to treat our kids with our doctor's help and for the freedom for them to be able to help us through it.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up to testify. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Mark Zartler.
My name is Mark Zartler. I support 2107, and I'm representing myself. I'm out of the cannabis closet. Our daughter, Kara, is 17-year-old with severe autism. She hits herself repeatedly in the face, hard and over long durations. She suffered with this since she was basically all her life, since she was 4. Started when she was 4. Kara has always had a team of doctors. She is currently under the care of the autism specialist at UT Southwestern. She's on 5 prescription medicines. Nothing helps her once her aggressive episodes start. There's no medicine that we can give her except for cannabis to stop those fits. And cannabis is 100% effective. It always stops a fit. Cannabis isn't the only medicine she takes, but it's a vital part of her treatment.
Mr. Zartler, did you produce a YouTube video?
Yes, and I'll get to it's coming.
I thought your daughter looks familiar to me.
Yes, yeah, that's in February we videotaped a typical treatment and a typical outcome and released it on Facebook, and it went crazy. There's been 100 million views of that video total. There has been news media has been at our home, papers, local, some national. As a result of the publicity, we've been flooded with fellow parents with autistic children that are searching for medical answers. We're all in the same boat. They're searching for medical answers. What are they going to do? They have a sick kid. They're going to want. But these are parents, unlike me, that we started this a long time ago. They don't have the knowledge or the access to get the medicine. These people need a doctor. They don't need an internet connection. So it's a socially responsible thing to do. The cat is out of the bag. And so we need to move forward. And what I'm asking for you guys is to get a vote. Get this on the floor. Let's get it done. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming tonight, providing testimony.
Is there any question?
Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it. Chair calls Eric Espinoza. Good evening.
Good evening. Chairman Price, committee members, my name is Eric Espinoza. I am in favor of House Bill 2107.
And you're
I am
here.
representing myself.
Thank you.
I'm with you. First, I would like to take a moment of silence for Vincent Lopez, Casey Christie, and all the loved ones that we have lost and advocates that we have lost that could have benefited from medical cannabis. As Secretary of DFW Normal, I have become increasingly aware of the suffering of patients, children, and veterans in Texas. Like some people in this room, I would choose to be illegally healed over legally dead. I am what a cannabis patient looks like. The people behind me are what cannabis patients could look like. I am asking for a better quality of life for myself. Suffering from spastic cerebral palsy, the last 2 years of my life have been in pain. I am relegated to a chair to roll these halls. For the last days, weeks, months, years, I have visited your offices. You have my patient profile in the documents before you. You see my struggle. You see the photos listed there. It's a simple solution that I'm asking for. I'm asking not to fear for my life when I treat myself with legal pharmaceuticals. I'm asking for personal choice to treat myself the way my doctors, my family, my friends, and my community see as fit for me. I want to also thank all of your staff that have been in the offices supporting us, helping me in and out of your offices, and making this an easy experience for me, although it is a very difficult experience to get to this point. I will not stop this fight, and I believe all of you here will support us in this fight. Mr. Lucio, thank you very much for bringing this bill forward. You have taken a great step to change Texas history, and I thank you. Chairman, committee members, be a voice for me, and be a voice for all that have came here tonight, and for all that have been here the last 48 hours. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Don Brooks. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Dawn Brooks. I represent myself, and I'm in favor of HB2107. Thank you very much for hearing us tonight. We really appreciate you all being here. I know it's really late for you guys, late for us too. So my name is Dawn Brooks, and I'm 65 years old. I worked as a business consultant for a software company for 35 years before retiring. In the last 5 years, I've had 4 major surgeries. I've had both my knees replaced, a hip fracture repair, and a total shoulder replacement. For all 4 surgeries, I opted out of not taking prescribed opioids, and I chose to handle my recovery and pain management by using cannabis. My concern about the pharmaceuticals included the ease in which the pain medications were being prescribed and the type of opioids that are commonly written for post-operative procedures. It was suggested that I use oxycodone, Norco, and other codeine-based medications for my pain. I decided that by using cannabis for my pain management, I would take the risk of using cannabis rather than taking the risk of experiencing the negative side effects of using pharmaceuticals. For me, cannabis was the safer way, and it is the way that I would deal with my pain issues. Senior constituents are a segment of the population who would greatly benefit from being able to access and treat illnesses and conditions with cannabis. We read of seniors who have fallen into the pharmaceutical treadmill and who mix and match their prescriptions without knowing that these concoctions can cause irreversible harm or death. There are numerous conditions that are prevalent among the aging population and are specific to this generation. There are instances where seniors are dying, not because it's their time, but because they are overusing pharmaceuticals and death occurs. Seniors entrust their health to a medical community that has no other option but to prescribe strong medications or perhaps cause the patient to over-medicate. Right now, physicians cannot suggest a safer, non-addictive way to cope with their conditions. Making cannabis a safe and legal option is imperative. We must start being proactive with the aging population, and we just need to be able to help our seniors. As a senior, I've lived through the 70s and the war on drugs. As we age, we aren't as sharp as we were. Our decision-making process slows, and we don't function as we once did when we were younger. We trust those who know what's best for us because that's what our generation was taught. Rather than the doctor prescribing a host of pharmaceuticals, a better choice would be for the patient having the ability to use cannabis to help cure and subside the spread or spread of a medical condition. Considering thousands of Texan seniors in the mix of medical patients is imperative. We've lived our lives, we've paid our dues, and now we're just simply looking for a safer, legal alternative when medical conditions crop up in our life's path. Please vote favorably to allow medical cannabis to be used in Texas. Seniors are relying on you to make this important, critical decision. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls David Bass. Good evening.
My name is David Bass. I'm representing myself, and I support the bill.
Thank you.
I served 25 years in the U.S. Army. I am a veteran of Desert Storm and Operation Iraqi Freedom. I use cannabis as medicine. I am 60% disabled for chronic pain from injuries I received in the Army and post-traumatic stress related to my service in Iraq. I use cannabis because it's safer and more effective than opioid pain medications and psychotropic drugs. The opioid medications are addictive, and I would have to take them the rest of my life. The psychotropic drugs have terrible side effects. Cannabis allows me to function normally without the pain and without the symptoms of PTSD. The problem is that in Texas, I'm a criminal. I purchase my cannabis illegally and I use it illegally. But I do not live my life as a criminal. I've been married for 38 years. I own my home. I pay my taxes. I vote. I'm a productive, honest citizen. What I need is to be able to talk to my physician about cannabis. I need to be able to purchase cannabis that has been grown in a state-regulated grow facility and sold in a state-licensed dispensary. I am a retired Army officer and a proud veteran of 2 wars. I don't want to be labeled a criminal. But if I have to choose between addictive medications and psychotropic drugs that make me non-functional or cannabis, I choose cannabis. My health is my responsibility. I have to be logical. My experience the past 7 years using cannabis as medicine proves that it's effective for chronic pain and PTSD. Chairman Price, we veterans of Texas hope you will listen to us. We hope you will allow a vote by your committee. Members of the committee, we hope that you will listen to Texas veterans and allow us legal access to this plant that heals us and allows us to lead productive lives as proud Texas citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for your service.
Thank you,
We really
sir.
appreciate that very much. The chair calls Natasha Harper Madison.
I was lugging in pizza for the group, so I left my cane in the car. So
That's okay.
Good evening, ladies
Good evening.
and gentlemen. My name is Natasha Harper Madison. I represent myself this evening, and I am unequivocally for this bill. I had some copies of this. I don't know if you guys... 12.
Thank you.
Sure. That's the masterpiece. I'll give you the condensed version. All right. As I said, my name is Natasha Madison. I'm a social innovation entrepreneur. We prepare young people for careers in civics. I advocate for people trapped by intergenerational poverty, and I'm basically an overall dynamo. Perhaps most importantly, though, I'm a very proud Texan, or at least I was, until I got sick. These days, post my illness, I feel abandoned, I feel overlooked, I feel disregarded and neglected by my state. In September 2014, after an uncharacteristic bout of fatigue that lasted nearly a month, like I pointed out, I'm kind of a dynamo. So for me to be tired all the time was unusual. I followed my husband's advice to see a doctor. He's a firefighter and a paramedic and a veteran, so he doesn't scare easily. But I saw fear in his eyes when that doctor came back and revealed that my symptoms were the result of lupus. 2 days after that diagnosis, I returned for a follow-up to discuss lifestyle adjustments and what my medication regimen would be. It was at this appointment that I would ask the doctor to take a look at a lump that had been growing in my armpit since July. It was September. She ordered an immediate mammogram for the following day, Friday, September 12th, 2014. The biopsy had not been performed yet, but the doctor reviewing my scans knew right away, and let's just say I was pretty persuasive when I told her I didn't want her to know something about my health that I didn't know, that I was going to have to wait until Monday to find out. So she said, after 18 years of looking at cancer on scans, you have cancer. I was 36 years old. I've had 9 surgeries, 12 extended hospital stays, countless months of constant care from medical providers and my poor friends and family. It's hard to believe I was a boxer, a runner. I've just always been strong and capable. So it's hard to believe until I'm riddled with pain that me, am disabled. After that cancer and lupus diagnosis and that 1 week in 2014, my life has never been the same. Pain management and physical therapy were the answer after chemo and radiation, according to my medical team. But do you know what pain management consists of? Mounds and mounds and mounds of pills. No other therapy, no other advice, just pills. My father moved here in the 70s and fell into the wrong crowd, as they say, and became a drug addict and alcoholic. And with that being my family history, I knew I didn't want to take pills for this condition. I decided early on I needed an alternative. For that reason, and because frankly my stomach, now fragile and easily upset, couldn't handle the pills. When I was sick from chemo and an insane amount of pain from radiation, I used cannabis products to provide some comfort. What a relief. Who knew? With this natural plant-based medicine, I was able to get the relief I was so desperate for. It aided in my ability to eat food, to sleep, to alleviate pain, and to aid in what was becoming an insurmountable depression and more. Currently, my pain, insomnia, depression, and chronic debilitating pain. I haven't looked at the weather report, but I can tell you it's going to rain tomorrow because I feel it in every bone in my body from my shoulders to my feet. My doctors know and fully support my use of cannabis, although they aren't legally able to advise me in the use of cannabis. I need your support. I need your support. All the patients in Texas struggling with debilitating pain and illness need your support. To criminalize this medicine, recognized by so much of the medical community, as evidenced by the doctors here today, as paramount for so many patients, is cruel. It's short-sighted and entirely without compassion for suffering people. I look forward to watching my Texas elected officials make the right call and come out on the side of the patients that need this option. I look forward to being a proud Texan again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Lucio.
I just, if I could just tell you,
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, just real quick, I don't want to keep you standing. I just want to tell you, I myself was diagnosed with lupus in 2012. I've been fighting, I'm fighting successfully, but I know that scare. I know that conversation with the doctor. So God bless you. We pray for you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. The chair calls Laura Taylor. Laura Taylor. Chair calls Richard Hurley.
Yes, I'm Dr. Richard Hurley. I represent myself in the Texas Pain Society. We're in opposition of the bill 2107. And specifically, our opposition is the inclusion of severe pain as an indication for smoked cannabis. There are very insufficient scientific evidence for the medical use of smoked cannabis for pain stemming from multiple medical conditions. A meta-analysis that was published in the Journal of AMA in 2015 found 4 decent unbiased studies. They looked at smoked cannabis to treat various types of pain. They were all small groups, about 50, 25 active patients, and they did a 5-day trial. Three of the studies had a 5-day trial, and one had a 4-hour trial. Virtually, roughly 50% had 30% improvement of their pain. So 50% of the patients described 30% improvement, and predominantly that pain was neuropathic, which would be what I would see with 300 milligrams of gabapentin or Neurontin. The suggested larger studies are recommended. They're recommended by all of those, but there are no large studies to look at large numbers of patients to determine what dose and what would be effective. The FDA requires years for a drug to be approved. All right, and looking at thousands of different patients, it has to have strong studies to make those decisions. And currently, those trials and those studies have not been done. So our concern here is that what would happen if we did a large study to evaluate severe pain over large numbers of groups, strong study, double-blinded, and all of that. That is not available to us, so we can't make that decision. There are three FDA-approved synthetic drugs available, and some of those have already been mentioned. And one of the newer ones is Sedivix, which is actually approved now in Europe, and it's being used for spasms and spasticity. It's on fast track with the FDA right now for severe pain associated with cancer. These would be easier to look. They're going to be looking at large numbers of people. None of this is going to be anecdotal, all right? And they'll be able to look at this, and this will be double-blinded, high-powered studies, and we might learn some of that. But the problem we have with this is severe pain is a vague deal. Pain is subjective, all right? So when I have patients in my clinic and I decide that the only way I can manage them is perhaps with opioid, 15% of them are on marijuana when they come to see me. And I ask them, if you're taking this for pain, why do you seek additional drugs? And they all have their answers. And of course, I tell them I can't order those. Under state law, I cannot order that for them. So what is the definition of severe pain? We use 11-point, this little study we tried to determine. And so in our clinic, 7 to 10, if your number is 7 to 10, we consider that severe pain. And so in that case, if this is approved for severe pain, virtually 75% of my entire 1,000-patient clinic are going to be candidates for this drug. And so the issue is are all of those there? There are other things that are involved. There's psychological aspects of pain. There's social aspects of pain. There are all of those things you have to take into consideration before you doom somebody to any of these drugs, and especially this one, because we don't know. So also, to my knowledge, there's no established algorithm. In other words, the WHO has an algorithm of what kind of drugs you start, and then you go up to higher doses, and you find effect. There are no algorithms available. So my recommendation is, until these studies are done, we cannot support the bill, and I urge you not to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hurley. 1 second, Chair Coleman has a question.
Yes, sir.
I just quickly, when Representative Click did her bill last session, and it wasn't for pain, clearly, and it wasn't smoked, it's oil, it has a consistent amount of THC in it, in the like. If there was something in that, that was not done on trial with a trial, and so and we passed it. What's your opinion on that? Because it's not from the area of specialty that you have, but I'm just curious.
Well, all right, now I'm going to talk, this is Richard Hurley speaking,
yes,
not Texas Pain Society.
Yeah, no.
If I'm going to use a drug to help somebody with pain, and it's a non-terminal cancer, non-cancer pain, it's got to lead to function, okay? And so I could support a drug that I knew the concentration, I knew the dosage, I knew what to expect, that it was reliable, and it would work with you and anybody out here in the audience, okay? Mm-hmm. But right now, we don't have those studies. And the biggest problem we've had with opioid epidemics is physicians in the 80s, when it became the fifth vital sign, we were all got into, and physicians were ordering these drugs and virtually had really no training. Right. And if this actually comes to pass, physicians who are going to dispense it have a lot of training, and they're going to have a lot of training based on no strong, large studies to make decisions.
If you could, what would you recommend to us?
Well, all right, what I recommend
if we were to use look at cannabis oil. I'm not talking about smoking or anything. I'm just talking about what we've done already.
All I can tell you is the two states that have the most written are Washington and Colorado. And both of them approved medical cannabis 8 years before they passed recreational. So I would assume that we're 4 sessions away from recreational if we approve this now.
The reason I'm asking you is because that to me is the issue is how do we make sure that the parameters that you've laid out, that we follow those parameters to get to help people.
Well, I think the parameter still has to be function.
Right. Okay,
and we can't use anything else. The drug is addictive. Okay, it can be addictive. It's not strong, but it is 10%. Okay, all right. And so I know you're hearing lots of laughter and a lot of stuff, but what studies are available, and also in Europe show that 10% of patients get addicted, and the people who are more likely to get it are younger people. And there are numerous studies out now that show that long-term use in young children may affect the brains, may actually produce cerebral atrophy, all of those things there. And these are those studies take years to do.
And that's why we use rat poison to make sure that people don't have clogged hearts.
Well, you could. Hopefully you don't make me do that.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Appreciate it.
And I just, everybody's done a really good job maintaining decorum in the room. And I just want to remind everybody, this is a passionate topic. We're going to hear testimony where folks are for it or against it, and on all sides of the issue. Let's limit the outbursts, please. The rules of the House don't really allow me to tolerate that, and I don't want to ask anybody to leave. I want everybody to have their chance to testify on, for, or against the bill, however they want to. And y'all may not always agree with it, but let's just let everybody testify, and we'll have a good hearing on this. So this time the chair calls Miles Day.
Miles is not here.
Miles Day. Okay. He was registered against the bill. Chair calls Courtney Mendoza. Courtney Mendoza. Courtney is registered for the bill. Chair calls Harold Urschel.
Harold is no longer here, but he does have written testimony. May I give it to the clerk?
If you want to provide anything in writing to the clerk, that's fine. It'll be distributed to the committee.
He's a psychiatrist in Dallas and part of the Inner Health Ranch. Okay, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Chair calls Jane McFarland. If you'll please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Good evening, or good morning, whatever. I'm Jane McFarland, and I am testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas and also for myself. We support this bill and we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. The League of Women Voters supports this bill, and our position on drug laws and policies, like other League positions, is derived through a lengthy and thoughtful process involving the participation of 25 local leagues throughout the state of Texas with nearly 5,000 supporters. The League supports the medical cannabis use for qualifying patients with certain debilitating medical conditions when recommended by a licensed medical practitioner. Under the provisions of HB2107, the League further supports no criminal penalties for possession and use of marijuana when recommended by a licensed physician. And that is all I have to say to you. Aren't you glad? And we just urge your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Do appreciate that very much. Chair calls Piper Lindeen. Just state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Hi, I'm Piper Lindeen, representing myself. I'm testifying for House Bill 2107. And on behalf of my family and my son with intractable epilepsy. As you continue to listen to and consider House Bill 2107, please remember this scripture, Romans 14:13, love's greater call. Therefore, let us not judge one another anymore, but rather determine this, not to put an obstacle or a stumbling block in a brother's way. I'm sorry. Whew. As parents, we each have an instinct, a divine obligation to protect our children. I'm sure that if you have children, you can recall a time when this instinct kicked in. Maybe your child had a high fever, a broken bone, or maybe something far more devastating. Please recall those times with me and remember the aching you felt in your stomach, the longing to help your child, those feelings of desperation. Many Texans, some of which are here today, have felt this for their child more than any parent ever should. We've watched our children seize over and over on a daily basis. Some parents have seen their children seize thousands of times a day, helpless to do anything to stop them. Many of these infants and children are on daily doses of medication like phenobarbital, part of the death penalty cocktail, that are so high that they experience regular episodes of breathing cessation. Often the cocktails that our children are given leave them living a sedated life. Cannabis gives us an alternative to this. I have seen the success of cannabis with my own eyes, a child whose brain was riddled with so many seizures that it began to interfere with their ability to function daily. When with high THC cannabis, this child's brain woke up. Instead of a child that was sleeping about 80% of the day, unable to understand what anyone said to them, unable to even maintain eye contact, this child became vocal and playful, interacting as they did before seizures and medications took their toll. I have seen this child go months without seizures rather than minutes or hours, thanks to the blessings of cannabis. This child has no memories of the times when his seizures were the worst. Now this child is flourishing rather than languishing. He is full of life, laughter, and love, and is making many new memories. I ask you, who doesn't deserve that? Surely every child does. Legislators have expressed concern about a slippery slope of morality when it comes to passing cannabis legislation. With a plethora of new research and centuries of safe, efficacious use of cannabis, the erosion of morals that is truly concerning is continuing to allow a recently fabricated stigma to be an obstacle for desperate families, and to continue to excuse this lack of morality with fear-mongering about legislative action that will go nowhere without the permission of legislators. Right now, so many families have a stumbling block in their way. You today have the power to move it. You have the choice to be the stumbling block or to help us move it, and I pray that you join us in lifting this burden. Thank you. Thanks for staying late.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. The chair calls Dennis Burrell. I don't see Dennis. Dennis Burrell. Chair calls Megan Chaney.
I'm really short. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
My name is Megan. I am 80% sure that I signed up representing my daughter Austin as well as myself.
Well, would you state your full name, Megan?
Megan Cheney.
And you're registered just for yourself.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly
accurate?
fine.
Okay. And you're registered for the bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, I am from a tiny Texas town called Paris. And in May of 2016, my world was turned completely upside down when my 1-year-old daughter, Austin, was diagnosed with Dravet syndrome. It's a rare and catastrophic form of epilepsy characterized by frequent and prolonged seizures of multiple types. It's a lifelong illness and there is no cure. At 12 months old, she already had 16 seizures under her belt. 2 of those seizures had lasted over 35 minutes, and 1 of them had caused my child to be coded and intubated at 5.5 months old. Austin's doctor explained to me that her seizures would continue to get worse. Her skills would start to decline, both cognitive and physical. And there was a very large chance that once she did start to decline, she would never fully regain those functions. He also explained to me we would be adding a new medicine to Austin's treatment plan because the current dose of Keppra that she was on was not keeping her seizures under control. Just so you know, she was already on a dosage of Keppra that was 200 milligrams more than the max dose recommended for her weight. The new drug they wanted to add is highly addictive and included side effects such as impaired motor skills, slow thinking, confusion, and hallucinations. All of this would be on top of the side effects she was already experiencing from the Keppra. Statistics show that my daughter has a 1 in 5 chance of not living until she's an adult. Did I want her to spend the life that she is guaranteed with all of these side effects? How many side effects is too many? Or do I take the chance on a plant that would hopefully control her seizures and also give her a chance to really live? In June of 2016, 3 weeks after we got Austin's diagnosis, we became medical refugees. We left our home, our entire families, our entire support systems, with the hope of giving Austin a life worth living in Colorado. Austin has had great success with medical cannabis and seizure control. At the time we were forced to leave Texas, Austin had big seizures anywhere from once a week to every 3 weeks. And she had smaller seizures, what we call eye flutters, between 50 and 100 times a day. CBD alone never helped Austin. And a life-threatening reaction to options such as the ketogenic diet make it to where those kind of things don't work for her. But a tiny additional amount of THC a day has kept her seizures at every 3 weeks on average, even though her disease should be progressing at this point in time. She has not had an eye flutter since August. We have only had to use Valium to stop a seizure once since adding THC. And she has not had to use Klonopin to stop a seizure at all since introducing medical cannabis to my child. make a point that while I would come back to Texas in a heartbeat if y'all created a usable medical cannabis program for my child, we're lucky I had the means to pack up and move to Colorado to give her this option. And there are so many families that don't have that. Whether it's their finances, their jobs, child custody issues, they can't leave this state to get those options for their children. These are the people that pay taxes to Texas. They campaigned for you and they voted for you. They deserve your compassion, they deserve your care, and they deserve your loyalty. And I know I'm over and I'm sorry, but I do want to make a point that I have read the articles and the studies that show that they're not sure the long-term effects of what medical cannabis can do to my child's brain. But when I weigh that against the options of the drugs that she was on and the drugs they were going to put her on and the proven side effects of what they were going to do to my child's brain on top of the seizures she was having, I would take medical cannabis every second. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony very much. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Amy King.
Actually, you need all this. Can you give me my papers? Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. If you'll state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
My name is Amy Case King, and I'm in support of HB2107. I represent myself as well as a group that I call Texas Transplants. These are families that have already left the state of Texas in effort to seek medical cannabis.
Is that, so the name you've got is Texas Transplants for Medical Rights and Access? Okay,
Correct.
Thanks.
I actually have passed you out testimony that I'm going to kind of just...
That's fine.
There's been so much covered here tonight. I wanted to, I guess, point out a lot of the previous bills we heard tonight in testimony brought up a number of relevant issues to medical cannabis. For instance, in HB752, we heard that 251,000 people die by medical errors in our hospitals.
Ms. King, we've got pretty strict rules about staying on the bill that you're testifying on. And I understand what you're referencing in terms of topical areas, but let's make sure we keep the testimony on the bill.
I will. They're just very relevant, and while it may be true that not every one of you on this committee is a healthcare professional or that any of you have actual patient-physician relationships with the ill and the infirmed in our state, in my perspective, you actually have a higher responsibility because you literally hold every Texan and future Texans' health matters in your hands. I'd like to take the opportunity to point out a few of the AMA's Physician Code of Ethics. A physician shall respect the law and also recognize a responsibility to seek changes in those requirements which are contrary to the best interests of the patients. The number of opioid deaths we heard relayed over and over again are contrary to patients' best interests. A physician shall continue to study, apply, and advance scientific knowledge, maintain a commitment to medical education, make relevant information available to patients, colleagues, and the public, obtain consultation, and use the talents of other health professionals when indicated. I would wonder how many on this committee could clearly identify the function and the parts of the endocannabinoid system. How many have ever attended a cannabinoid therapeutics conference, pursued CMEs on this medical topic, relevant to the health and well-being of every living human on this earth, expanded to all mammals. This is not something that hippies and stoners invented. This is a God-given system, regulatory system. I have provided most of your offices with an information sheet filled with valuable information, including free online access to medically accredited endocannabinoid science classes. There is no reason to only view cannabis from a harm perspective any longer. I want to close by talking about the National Institute of Health. Its mission is to seek fundamental knowledge about the nature and behavior of living systems and the application of that knowledge to enhance health, lengthen life, and reduce illness and disability. This governmental organization has held a patent on cannabinoids as a health preventative, making the claim that cannabinoids are neuroprotectants, not degenerates as many would like to maintain. So I encourage you to do your own research. Don't necessarily rely on what we tell you, but seek your own information to help the citizens of this state and get the best health outcomes that they can. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. King. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for your testimony. Chair calls William Williams. William Williams. Chair calls Susan Hayes. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to go fast. My name is Susan Hayes. I am the General Counsel of GB Sciences. We're a medical cannabis company, and we are for the bill. I'm going to try to cover 100 years of legal history in 30 seconds, and I bet I can do it. And combined with that, the medical history of what's happened with cannabis. In the written testimony, you'll see a 2-page timeline of this. And the takeaway is, every time a government commission has looked at whether cannabis is harmful and whether it's helpful, that commission has concluded it is not harmful and it can be helpful. And that goes back to the British with the Indian Hemp Commission in the late 19th century. And by the way, they taxed the bejesus out of hemp out of India and made a good living off of it. 1925, the U.S. Army looked at it in the Panama Canal Zone. No harm. Their soldiers were smoking it and the Army decided it was just fine. 1940s, right after the time we were growing hemp for victory for World War II, Mayor LaGuardia of New York asked the New York Medical Society to study it. And at the time, there wasn't a lot of cannabis use going on in New York, except in Harlem with what the jazz musicians brought out, and was starting to spread around the city. And the Medical Society found no harm. What was happening simultaneously at the time with the criminalization of cannabis in this country was the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and a man who ran it for several decades that kind of made J. Edgar Hoover look like a peach by the time he was through with his hostility to cannabis and criminalizing it. He was not pleased with the LaGuardia Commission and continued to not only prohibit cannabis, but prohibit research of its effect. So when I hear people complain we don't have the medical evidence yet, there's a reason, because it was prohibited and still is largely prohibited in this country. Finally, in the early 70s, President Nixon established a commission on marijuana and drug abuse, appointed the governor of Pennsylvania to head it. And very much to President Nixon's chagrin, that Governor Schaefer came back with a 1,000-page plus report finding no harm, no reason for it to be criminalized or listed. And in Nixon's response was to make it a Schedule I drug in the Controlled Substance Act and declare his war on drugs. It was a political diversion, didn't work for very long for President Nixon, but it has caused a lot of harm in this country. So, and I've only been into this for just a few months. I've only worked for this company for actually less than a month full time. They originally hired me to lobby for session. I'm amazed by the science I learn every day, and I find myself pretty horrified and feeling a great amount of shame for how long we have known in this country that cannabis is helpful medicine. In decades of research, we've known it alleviates human suffering, but we still criminalize it and still prohibit it. And I'll add or end with an opportunity that Texas has. We could do this right. We are a state with a lot of medical research facilities. We could be learning more than any other state, making it part of our economy and research, not only the physical but the mental health, which does get trickier, and understand more of why it works. We do now have the science to understand why it works at a molecular level and why it isn't just stoner talk that it cures everything. It does help a lot of diseases, and there's a molecular reason for that. I want to commend this bill 2107 for including rigorous testing. My company, GB Sciences, is very much in support of thorough testing of cannabinoid and terpene profiles so patients and their physicians know exactly what they're getting with every dose and can learn to adjust those doses to what will best help them. And finally, to close, I felt a need to rebut the assertion that there's not evidence that cannabis helps for pain. I've been had a great time hanging out with nerdy scientists and learning about cannabis. We have a pharmacist we've hired who spent 10 years working in the cannabis business and had pain issues himself from a condition similar to scoliosis. He was on 180 doses of Norco, 240 doses of Tramadol a month, plus 3 drugs I can't pronounce. And since he started using cannabis, he's off all of it and looks like this healthy, young, good-looking guy instead of somebody who was debilitated by pain and doped out all the time. So the effects are real. You know, you get out there, lead with Texas, get this bill on the floor, and then let's, in the future sessions, make the state have the best research operation and the best regulatory scheme for cannabis in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Troy Alexander. Troy Alexander. Chair calls Joshua Raines.
My name is Joshua Raines. I am in full support of this bill, and I represent myself, and I'm from the city of Burleson. So, thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. As I said, my name is Joshua Raines. I was a specialist in 101st Airborne, and I joined in November 6th when I was still a child myself. I was 16 and I turned 17 in basic training when I actually joined. I joined in the time of a war. We had 2 fronts going. We had Iraq and we had Afghanistan. And I went to Iraq in 2008 and 2009, and I was in Afghanistan in 2010, 2011. So I didn't have a lot of time at home. In between time, my family didn't see me very often. In October 2010, I hit an IED coming down from the gun turret after a 16-hour shift. The blast was a 300-pound bomb, sent me up to the top of my MRAP, and it hit my left temple on what's called the Duke system. It's a radio jammer that we use against the Taliban so they can't use cell phones to detonate bombs. It does not work against plush fights, as we figured out. So after that, I started having severe blackouts in Afghanistan, ears bleeding at random times. Ironically, I was almost deaf going there, and I actually heard better from the explosion, just from the rearrangement of bones, according to the ear doctor that I saw. Just an irony that I'll throw in there. But where I'm getting at with that is, when I got out of the Army after that explosion, because the VA asked me after putting me on 11 different kinds of medications, they said, how many explosions did you go through? And I said, documented with paperwork, 3. And they said, how many explosions did you go through where you were a car length away? And I said, you can't count them. And if you ride behind route clearance, which is their job to run over IEDs, you're going to go through an IED experience within a car length away from you. So I have severe seizures, PTSD, anxiety, eating disorders, you name it. I have it just about. And I was on 11 different pills from the VA. And I owe you guys an apology. I was the outburst that you heard in there. The reason for that is, and the reason for that passion is a little bit different than what you might think. You see, individuals like that, I've heard throughout my entire years at the VA tell me that basically they would rather me die because it's the legal way than live because it's the way that worked. I've never made it a mystery. I've never been in the marijuana closet to my VA people. And the reason for that is because I wanted them to see the gradual progression that I had, because I contacted my friends in Colorado, in Washington where it was legal, the same conditions that I have, seizures, post-traumatic stress, whatnot. The difference between them and me at that time was, when I wasn't smoking, is that my wife, my kids, they hated me at that time. I was an awful individual. I was abusive, not physically, verbally. I was not a fun person to be around. And so they asked me, and I asked them what they did, and they smoked marijuana for their seizures, for their PTSD and whatnot. I started taking CBD oil and cannabis oil, which took my seizures from 30 a month to 5 a year. 5 a year. THC allows me to control every single one of my PTSD symptoms. It allows me to control everything from uncontrollable pain all the way down to eating and sleeping. It also allowed me to get off all of my medications except for 2 of them from the VA. So I'm from 11 to 2. I know I'm running out of time, about to close. In closing on this, nothing depressed me more than when I was told I was no longer allowed to fight for you guys, ever. I was told I had to leave the Army because of my seizures. I'm still in my prime. You wouldn't know that I'm 100% disabled by looking at me because I'm in great shape. Between exercise and marijuana, I'm in good shape at the moment. But without it, with the prescription drugs that were given to me, I was told that I would be dead in 2 years in 2014 from my neurologist at the VA. And so when I hear individuals say that there's not the studies, or that the definition of pain isn't necessarily a physical aspect to me. The definition of pain is where you ask your medical professional for actual help, advice, and what to do, and they say because of legal ramifications, there's nothing I can do for you, you're going to die. When they know that there is one drug out there, and they do, that has yet to kill a single human being, according not to my words, but according to websites like the CDC. In closing, on my last statement, I want you guys to understand from all the testimony, since I'm not going to go into it, since a lot of it was repeated, and since, it would be a waste of time, I want you to understand one thing that you take out of this. I stand with these people. I may represent myself, and I may be here for myself, but I stand with every single one of them, because it's my oath. I swore to fight for them. And they're going through the same things, and their children are going through the same things. But what you may not know is when you finally get to do your research, and when you finally realize what prescriptions you're taking, and the side effects they have, and what they've done to individuals, not yourself, then you'll realize that my fight isn't just for them, it's also for you. You may not understand it, you may not know it right now, but there will come a time where either somebody you love or you yourself will be put in a situation to where you're either going to make the choice of a legality or to live. And I hope that that doesn't come to you. And I will do everything I can to stand by your side and make sure that day never happens to you. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr. Raines. Really appreciate your service and your commitment. I know Representative Cortez has a comment or a question.
Yes, and thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you for being up here. And what branch did you serve in? Did you say Army?
U.S. Army.
U.S. Army. Well, thank you for your service. That Purple Heart that you're wearing signifies a lot to a lot of people. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a true American hero that's standing right here before you.
Just know I meant what I said in that very last statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Larry Baggett. Larry Baggett, registered neutral on the bill. Chair calls Brandon Moore. Brandon Moore. Chair calls John David Carrasco. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is John David Carrasco. I'm representing myself. I'm here in support of the bill. Additionally, I'm here as the publisher for Alexis Bortel, who could not be here tonight due to her being a medical refugee. We've heard that word a couple of times tonight, and here we are in this great state of Texas, and we have an amazing system in which we have science, we have education, we have legal, we have law enforcement, but yet this family, the Bortel family, are prohibited from being here to support this effort. And we need to change that, and all of you today can help us in changing what is currently, this current law that is not sufficient enough to bring Alexis home. And that's the message that we united in front, is to bring Alexis and her family back to Texas, along with several of these families that are medical refugees, and let's get rid of that term, medical refugee, and let's just bring these folks home. Thank you very much.
Mr. Carrasco, I've got you registered a couple of different ways, so I want to make sure we have it all accurate. You did say you were representing yourself.
Correct.
And then you were registered for Team Alexis?
Yes, it's Alexis Bortel.
Okay. And also as, or with the Texas Democratic Party Cannabis Caucus Chair?
Correct. I chaired the Cannabis Caucus interest at the TDP, with where over 500 delegates were in support of medical cannabis.
Okay, so that's accurate?
Yes, sir.
And then also as the Hispanic Chamber, you're representing the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce?
I'm the executive director for the Hispanic Chamber of E-Commerce for the state of Texas.
So, do we need to change anything, I guess? Is all that accurate?
That is accurate, sir.
Okay.
And one more addition is I'm president and CEO of Can Live, which was an applicant for a licensee, which was denied yesterday.
Well, it's fine if you are that, but we need to make sure that the way we've got you registered is actually who you're here to testify on behalf of.
Yes, sir.
So it's the Texas Democratic Party Cannabis Caucus Chair, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Team Alexis, and yourself.
That is correct.
There's no one else.
Correct.
All right.
I wear a lot of hats.
I understand. Well, I just want to make sure we don't want to make a mistake.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Chair calls Brandon Moore. I believe you were in the overflow room, so thank you for traveling back over. Good evening,
Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you for your time. My name is Brandon Moore. I am here speaking on behalf of the Texas Young Republican Federation and myself, speaking in favor of HB 2107. Just to give you a brief background about myself, among some of the things that I've done, I am a current precinct chair and have been a precinct chair in Tarrant County for the Republican Party since 2000. I was the vice chair for the Tarrant County Republican Party from January 2012 to June of 2016. I am the SREC liaison for the Texas Young Republican Federation. And having said that, I would like to state that the Texas Young Republican Federation urges your support of this bill today. We ask that you would support HB 2107 relating to authorizing the possession, use, cultivation, distribution, transportation, and delivery of medical cannabis for medical use by qualifying patients with certain debilitating medical conditions and the licensing of dispensing organizations and testing facilities. We support expanding access to medical cannabis, including additional qualifying conditions under the Texas Compassionate Use Act. According to a recent survey, over 80% of Texans support medical marijuana. Additionally, the Republican Party of Texas platform, Plank 165, states, "We call upon the Texas legislature to improve the 2015 Compassionate Use Act to allow doctors to determine the appropriate use of cannabis to prescribe patients." HB 2107 is a piece of bipartisan legislation that will increase patient freedom in the healthcare marketplace and ensures that doctors have the proper tools at their disposal to best treat their patients. And if I may, I would like to add that in addition to speaking on behalf of the Young Republican Federation, as a personal note, my grandfather, who's now in his 80s, has spent every day since he was forced to retire from American Airlines getting out and walking his dogs throughout the city of Euless. He served in the Korean War and he's a veteran now. He's at that point where he's not able to get out and walk his dog every day because he can't see because of glaucoma and macular degeneration. Now, I don't know if he would take advantage of medical marijuana if that choice were given to him, but he might. And not having that choice is something that does concern me. You know, I mean, if he can't get out and be active and walk his dog, and I really don't know how much longer he might last. He's been a worker all his life. I would like to close by saying that although the U.S. government put up barriers to research at home, our own National Institutes of Health rewarded Israeli researcher Raphael Meshulam grant money for 40 years to study marijuana. 20 years ago, Dr. Meshulam showed that marijuana helped stop nausea as a symptom of chemotherapy treatment. Today, Israel allows medical marijuana to be administered for those with cancer, epilepsy, PTSD, multiple sclerosis, Crohn's disease, and chronic pain. I encourage you to move passage of HB 2107, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Chair calls Daniel Mailer.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Mailer. I come before you as the president of the Texas Association of Cannabis Lawyers, and I represent myself on this matter. I vehemently support the bill. I just come before you tonight. I'm going to stay away from the medical side of it. We've heard from plenty of doctors. We've heard from plenty of patients. I'm going to start by telling you none of these people are criminals. Flat out, none of these people are criminals. Every day I represent criminals across the state of Texas. These are not criminals. None of them. Not the parents, not the veterans, not the patients themselves. None of these people are truly criminals. They may violate the laws of Texas, but they're simply not criminal actors. They're doing what is right. And that's what we are employing you to do. That is advance this bill out of committee. Let's get it to the floor and let's get a vote. As lawyers, we think it's absolutely imperative that we remind this committee that this is a criminal justice matter as well as a public health matter. That ultimately, we have clients. I have one particularly that I'd like to tell you about. He left, he's from Cedar Park. He left to go to Colorado to get cannabis to treat his cancer, to help him feel better. He was returning, he was arrested in Post, Texas, on a controlled substance charge because he had hashish with him, cannabis oil. He was placed under a $46,000 bond that he was unable to make. We were not hired to represent him. He didn't contact us approximately 40 days before we were contacted. We immediately got up there and got a bond reduction and got him out. But while he was in custody, he got an infection because he's immunocompromised. He's a cancer patient. He ended up losing 6 teeth. They had to shave his mandible, and he ended up losing his teeth. So now he has dentures because he can't chew. This is a public health catastrophe. What this bill does, the conditions that it allows access for, are people that have absolutely no business encountering the criminal justice system. And for that reason, we implore you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We get the message. All right. Chair calls next Jordan Lindley. Jordan Lindley. Coming from the overflow room. Please tell us your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
My name is Jordan Lindley. I am here representing myself today, and I am for this bill.
Please continue.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today to testify for this bill. Y'all have a copy of my testimony, so I'm not going to go into great detail. I'm going to save a lot of time and go ahead and cut it short. At 15 years old, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia syndrome, which is a chronic disorder that causes a widespread of severe pain amongst the muscles and soft tissues, among other symptoms. After being prescribed a mixture of pharmaceuticals, including Lyrica, tramadol, hydrocodone, and of course ibuprofen, and these are just to name a few, I am here today to implore y'all to pass this bill through committee so that myself and many other patients here can be one step closer to legal access to safe medication. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Wait, don't leave.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Members, any questions? We have you registered for and against the bill. You must hit the button twice or something.
I messed up. Yes.
See this young lady and get that straightened out,
Okay.
please. Wait. What?
She needs to tell us if she's for or against it. I need to change that.
You have to tell us here, are you
I
for
am
or against?
for the bill.
I'm sorry?
We can change.
I'm sorry. She's telling me how we need to do this. We need your permission for us to change.
Yes, please change that, and please state that I am for the bill.
Got it? You good? Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
For those of you who are wondering why we take such precautions with this, if we don't do this right every step along the way, then sometimes down the road it could come back and cause problems for us. So, and for the bill. That's true. Okay. The chair calls next Kathleen Gray. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Kathleen Gray. I'm here for the medical cannabis we need to make a difference. It's important for you to realize that, yes?
The full is Patient Alliance for Cannabis Therapeutics.
Yes. I'm sorry. I've had 2 pieces of the left temporal lobe cut out of the brain.
And self.
So that takes a lot from me.
I understand. Please continue.
Okay. It is important that you realize how damaging the prescription drugs are in this country. A generic version of Dilantin in 1990 led to brain surgery in 1992. 2 pieces of the left temporal lobe were removed, which is short-term memory. I've been taking Trileptal for 15 years now, which has given me the right to drive again. The side effects may take that away as they continue to increase in numbers and intensity. In January, information was found uncovering the truth on the memory problem. It is due to Trileptal, not brain surgery back in '92. Last October, hypothyroidism was uncovered, iron deficiency, I want to say it's hemoglobin decrease, along with a low testosterone level. In a woman, it should be between 80 and 200. Mine was 12. They put me on additional medications. Sodium level can be tremendously high at times, and other times it can be tremendously low. The body can retain massive amounts of fluid, and I can lose it. 5 pounds a few weeks ago in less than 8 hours. And this is a side effect of Trileptal. When I was here 2 years ago, it was over 7 pounds in 2 hours when I took another prescription drug. Massive vomiting took place 4 times last year. The side effects are increasing tremendously. There's no real decent doctors in Corpus Christi. I'm sorry. The first time I went for a doctor in Corpus after the seizure activity got violent, he told me I had to accept my epilepsy. There was nothing they could do for me. When you throw a 265-pound husband out of a waterbed, you don't accept what a doctor says. So I made an appointment in Victoria, and that doctor sent me directly to Houston. The doctors didn't believe my warning that I was going to have a seizure if he pointed the pen light in the left eye until he walked towards me. And I said, the aura has started. I'm having visual problems. I'm going out of it. And when I came out of it, he was clinging to one arm, the nurse the other. It took 19 months to make it to brain surgery. It was supposed to be 6 pieces of the left temporal lobe removed, but that would have caused more damage, so they took out 2. I blamed brain surgery on my problems. It's not brain surgery, it's Trileptal. The side effects of this drug are tremendous. And on the paperwork here, I've got a list of the side effects that I uncovered this year. I would simply like the right to use medical cannabis to repair the damage prescription drugs continue to create. If not, a move to Washington State will be necessary within the next year to 18 months. The prescriptions, they're getting dangerous because this drug has caused me to be put on 4 other drugs, one of which is bone density. This drug destroys constantly.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. You're such a rebel. The chair calls next William Shelley.
Hello,
Please state
Chairman.
your name, who you represent. And your
I am
position on
here
the
representing myself. I am in favor of the bill.
And your name?
I currently suffer from several...
Sir, your name.
William Shelley.
Thank you. Please
Sorry.
continue.
I thought I told you at the beginning. I do apologize. I currently suffer from several serious medical conditions, including hydrocephalus, spina bifida, fibromyalgia, arthritis, as well as herniated disc, along with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. I currently take 8 prescription medications, including a narcotic pain reliever, in an attempt to control my pain. all of which honestly have little effect with a host of adverse side effects, whereas cannabis relieves my symptoms and inflammation with zero side effects. I feel my health issues can be fully controlled with cannabis. We must move past propaganda and stigma associated with this plant, as so many Texans are suffering simply because of antiquated laws. I hope you will take my story into consideration when considering a final course of action on HB2107. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls next Chase Bearden. Chase Bearden. The chair calls next John Delaney. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, sir.
My name is John Delaney. I represent myself, and I'm in favor of the bill.
Please continue.
I'm a senior district judge from Bryan, Brazos County, Texas. I've been a trial court judge for 33 years. I'm retired now, but as a retiree, I've got a special assignment as a CPS court judge. I'm here tonight to tell you quickly the story of a 2-year-old boy I will call Tommy. He's not a relative, just someone I know well. Tommy was born in September of 2014, but before birth, Tommy had a stroke. As a result, a large part of his brain died before birth. His mom was offered an abortion, which she declined. At 11 months, Tommy started having seizures, which eventually amounted to over 100 a day. He stopped trying to crawl, smile, or babble. The doctors started anti-seizure meds. Then his legs started shaking all the time. More meds were added. At one point, he had a 3-hour seizure. By December 2015, Tommy came under the care of the Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. The best doctors in the world gave him more drugs, did surgeries, eventually totaling 12. His parents moved to Houston to be closer to his care. By July 2016, less than a year ago, the Houston doctors suggested to his parents that Tommy go home on hospice care. At home, the seizures got worse. I saw them. The drugs he was taking wouldn't stop them. His mother could only give him medicines to relieve his pain while waiting for the end. Then a friend recommended cannabis oil from Colorado without THC, which his mother gave by mouth with a dropper. The seizures went down to about 60 a day. She then got oil that also had some THC. The seizures almost completely disappeared. As of a couple of months ago, Tommy's mother gives him cannabis butter made out of marijuana grown legally in Colorado, and she feeds it to him through his G button 4 to 5 times a day. 10 months after Tommy came home to die, today he laughs and he rolls over and does things his mother has never seen him do before. Tommy's mother and her mother are afraid to be here tonight. And I want to share with you his mother's exact words. Quote, "If anyone knew what I'm doing to help my child, I would be at risk of losing him. We've been able to wean him off of dangerous medications because of the marijuana. It shouldn't be illegal. So many people like my son need it. I am begging you to look at it like it is your child. Now, I can't add much to her words except to say how embarrassing it is to me that Tommy's mother has to be afraid of the state of Texas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with respect, some say your committee will never take a vote on this bill because they say it would have political risks you would prefer to avoid. I find that hard to understand. As a trial judge for 33 years who rules on thousands of cases, it never occurred to me that I had the option of not ruling just because it was hard. I may be naive, but I think all of us think that you are better than the skeptics think and will actually rule on this case we have laid in front of you. If there are questions.
Members, any questions? Ms. Arevalo?
Hi. I represent a district in San Antonio that includes the medical center, the west side of San Antonio. I just want you to know that I'm happy to co-author this bill, and I'm not afraid to take a vote on this issue at all, whether it's in committee or on the House floor. It's very important to a lot of families. It's very important for a lot of senior citizens as well. So many people have so many different types of backgrounds and so many stories, whether it's children with autism or even individuals like the one you just described. And unfortunately, the people that are in this room that we're hearing, it's a very small amount compared to those that are probably still in hiding. So I just want to let you know that I'm not afraid to support this bill. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony, Judge. The chair calls next Karen Reeves.
Thank you for hearing my testimony.
And if you'll state your name.
Yes,
who
my
you
name is
represent,
Karen Reeves.
position.
I'm representing myself, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 2107.
Ms. Reeves, I must interject. Are you also representing Syntex Community Outreach?
Yes, I have a group on Facebook, Syntex Community Outreach.
Please continue.
I have lived in this great state of Texas all of my life and have considered myself a cannabis patient for the last 25 years. Many Texans like myself are already currently medicating with cannabis, and we do not consider ourselves criminals. And in the past, thanks to cannabis, I'm here today to tell you I've been able to survive fracturing my vertebrae twice. I also survived a mini stroke, 3 heart attacks, and most currently, it's been a year since I had open heart single bypass surgery. And I'm here to say that cannabis has allowed me to live my life and many patients' lives with joy, despite what our medical charts does say. Cannabis does save lives, but patients like myself, we are scared. We need safe, adequate access to our medicine. Today, you can help by giving us our dignity and our peace of mind back. Texans deserve a better alternative health care for anyone that chooses. And the facts are, every 80 seconds a woman dies of heart disease or a stroke. And that makes heart disease the #1 hidden killer of women in the United States. And what that means is more women are dying of heart disease than all the cancers combined. Time is running out, not only for myself, for many patients across Texas. We may not make it to another session. Your lives are in our lives are in your hands. No one deserves to suffer or die needlessly because they lack safe cannabis access, and no one deserves to be in jail for a plant. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls next Lena Oldhams. Please state your name, who you're with, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Lena Oldhams. I am representing myself, and I'm here in favor of House Bill 2107.
Please continue.
I'm going to try to keep it a little short. You guys have the unabridged version of everything with all the details, but we've heard a lot of different people representing different symptoms, different problems they have. You'll hear from veterans who have PTSD. I'm not a veteran, but I have PTSD. For 4 years, well, I'll start a little before that. I'm a Montgomery County resident. I'm a voting Texas citizen. I'm proud to be from Texas. I'm not a veteran. I'm a survivor of intimate partner violence. This is a statistic of women and men who don't get counted ever. It is said by the Texas Council of Family Violence that 1 in 3 Texans will experience domestic violence. 75% of those can develop PTSD. Okay, I'm one of those. My first symptoms have prevented me from working like I used to, from going out in public, and even this is terrifying right now. I can't hold a job. I can't live a normal life. I have a 12-year-old son who lost his dad when he was 3. I can't leave him without another parent. But every day that I choose to use medicinal cannabis, I risk that. I risk losing my job, my ability to pay taxes. I risk my home, my family I've built since then. I risk everything I've worked for. Okay? Doing something that all these other people have decided is better than the pharmaceuticals that made me a zombie, that had me almost wreck my vehicle with my son in the back twice. He deserves a parent. He doesn't deserve a parent behind bars and him in CPS custody. I'm not hurting anyone. I'm not a criminal. I represent an unnumberable amount of women and men who have to deal with PTSD every day, who deal with physical pain and mental pain that they can't get through. HB2107 would allow us to expand the Compassionate Use Act we currently have. We all know that, to include people like me, people with other debilitating conditions. It would allow us to work with our medical providers to come up with a treatment plan that is safe, that is something we can handle. It allows us to take control of our health. For me, it allows me to take control of a life I didn't have control of. For 4 years, I was raped in a locked room at gunpoint. I was every aspect of my life was controlled, and I was denied medical care, medical treatment. I have control now. I'm taking that control, and I'm speaking out for myself and for all these other people who want to take control. Please, I urge you to listen and to read all the testimonies. Open your hearts a little bit. This is your chance to be part of something that could be the biggest emotional and economic decision that you can make this year. Okay? Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you
Do you have
for
any
your
questions?
testimony. Members, any questions?
Thank you.
No. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls next Romana Harding. Air conditioner.
Good evening. Chairman
Please
Price, honorable committee members.
State your name.
My name is Romana Harding, and I am testifying in favor of HB 2107.
And you
I
represent?
speak on behalf of myself, and I've traveled here from Cut and Shoot in Montgomery County. I'm a proud Texas Navy veteran. I'm sorry, it's emotional, I'll be careful. I served from 1976 to 1980. I am 100% disabled with complex PTSD, not from war or combat, but from surviving 4 years of military sexual trauma. This consisted of multiple systematic beatings and rapes by 3 supervisors on 2 different bases. The first rape, however, was by an Iranian pilot in our training program on Whiting Field. It was within a week of my arrival on my first base. I was still 17. The pilot that attacked me was given diplomatic immunity. I was then told it was national security, and I was given a direct order to never tell anyone what had happened. I was not even allowed to tell my mother the true reason I couldn't have children, that the rapist she never knew about had beaten me on purpose in such a way as to rupture my uterus. My mother died never knowing the truth. This made me extremely suicidal and ruined much of my life until my total mental breakdown in December of 2011. I kept the secrets for 35 years. I finally got help at a vet center. If not for cannabis, I would not be here today, either by gunshot or alcohol. I would be dead, as I was drinking myself to death over the military secrets I was commanded not to talk about. I sat in a closet more than once with a .45 under my chin. The memories made my life a nightmare until the day my uncle, a World War II veteran, begged me to switch from alcohol to cannabis. Following his sage advice, I used cannabis as an exit drug from alcohol and the pain pills I was using to deaden my physical and emotional agonies. Alcohol, a legal drug, has had a hand in all 3 of my brother's deaths and both of my biological parents. I, the lone cannabis user, am alive and mostly able to function despite my severe PTSD, and I would not be here if not for it. I have tried all the different psychiatric and pain meds the VA prescribes. All of them have terrible side effects in addition to being toxic to my organs. They made me want to pull that trigger more than ever. But cannabis makes me want to live. My doctor at the VA, who is the head physician there, fully supports my using it, and she would like to recommend it. In fact, all 5 of my VA doctors want me to be able to use this. I was a patient in California. I tried it, CBD only, and it was not enough to help my anxiety and my insomnia. 7 of my Texas friends are dead who were here last session with us. Cannabis would have helped every one of them, if not to live, certainly their quality of life. This is my 3rd session trying to change the law. I will keep coming back. We will all keep coming back. We are not criminals. We are patients. I pray you have the open heart to listen and become heroes to hundreds and thousands of Texans here, dying Texans, and improve the quality of life for countless others. Thank you for your service to the great state of Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here.
Actually, I meant to hand this out. This is This is a recommendation from my California doctor. I don't know if any of you have actually seen what an actual recommendation looks like. So I wanted to share this.
Thank you for providing that to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chair calls Kara Bonin. Good evening.
Kara Bonin. I'm in favor of this bill. I am representing myself and Houston Normal.
Thank you.
Houston Normal is a nonprofit organization that encompasses the greater Houston area and envelops several counties. Today we went to 11 different area senators and around 30 House representatives' offices to send our testimony, and from those of the members of our organization, which include patients like those you've heard from and medical professionals. As you know, Houston has world-renowned medical facilities.
Yes, we do.
And so you're hearing about what the doctors are doing. We have registered nurses who are excited about this. We have patients who are currently illegally healing themselves. Now we have backup in Harris County with our criminal justice reform, our district attorney, our sheriff, Ed Gonzalez, our chief of police, Art Acevedo, who you should know because he came from Austin to go to Houston, all back up this bill by no longer arresting for misdemeanor amounts of marijuana. They are redirecting their priorities. So I also represent some of the people who did not get the licenses for the current compassionate use program. So there are currently a dozen plus local Texas companies who are prepared to start helping provide products for these patients here who have all of their ducks in a row, prepared to provide quality, controlled, safe, and legal cannabis grown here in Texas for Texans by Texans. So I just really wanted to emphasize the support we have from the individuals, the patients, the medical community, and our policing community. And some of the women you've heard from tonight are part of our organization, and we just want everyone to know we're coming from Montgomery County, Harris County, Fort Bend County, Galveston, and Chambers. So we are throughout your community holding monthly meetings, and we have very little opposition. So we want to meet with you when you get back to town, because many of our patients are unable to travel to Austin, and they want to meet with you face to face. So we will be working with your schedulers, hopefully, to hear from you. So I thank you. I think Texas could be the cannabis capital of the world, especially leading this medical community forward towards helping and healing people. So thank you, and send this out to the floor so we can address our representatives.
Thank you, Ms. Bonin. Appreciate you testifying tonight. We have 14 remaining witnesses who are registered to testify. Chair calls Terry Farley.
A little emotional tonight, guys.
It's okay.
It's been a long one.
You'll state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Terry Farley. I am representing my family and myself.
Yeah,
and I am in support for Bill 2107.
Thank you, Ms. Farley.
Yes.
And on your registration, it just says that you're representing yourself.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
I thought I had typed in my family and myself, but
well, you did. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's correct.
I can explain that.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, when I was very young, I guess I was a stressful child, and I mean very young. I was still a toddler. I was burned severely. My mother was blamed, and I was removed from her custody. I was given to my grandmother. She did legally adopt me, and she was a surgical RN. Very strong-willed woman. And when she passed, I decided that that's how I would continue my life, that I would educate and I would learn. I became a licensed electrician, a mother of 6, a grandmother of 4, and now I'm a patient with lupus. If y'all don't know lupus, lupus is an autoimmune disease that causes your body to basically devour itself when and where it chooses. It chooses my brain. My head can swell up like a basketball. It can happen anywhere and any time, and usually lasts 4 to 6 months before I get any type of relief. From the holes they drill to relieve the pressure, to the antibiotics that don't seem to be working, the pressure becomes immense. Sometimes I can't even open my eyes. My then son of 16 years had to give me a bed bath because I could not get up, because my doctors told me that opiates were the way to get the pain relief. Well, they took the pain away, but they took away my memories. They took away my interactions. And most of all, they took my pride. No 16-year-old son should have to prepare his mother just to have another day. So for me, this is emotional. This is heartfelt. I have good, caring children. They want to be DAs. I've got one that wants to be a jailer. I've got one that wants to be in the Marines. And these are just the 3 boys I have remaining at home. There are 6 of them. Oh, my goodness. The marijuana takes away the swelling, the inflammation, the pressure on my eyes and the auditory nerves. I can't even go outside and listen to the birds chirp some days. And I just hope that we can get y'all support, because people like me matter. I'm an educated woman who can't even enjoy her profession because of the pain. If we could only explain this or make y'all realize this, y'all would be willing to support this bill. And it's only because of the testimony of so many of us and so many different stories, and they're all relevant, and we all matter. So for that, I'd like to end this by just making sure I ask for your support, and my children ask for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. We appreciate you being here, and thank you for testifying. Chair calls Constance Dias.
Good evening. My name is Constance Diaz, and I am in favor of House Bill 2107, and I am representing myself as a mother and as a registered nurse. I have had the honor of caring for hundreds of cancer patients during my 25-year career as an oncology nurse at MD Anderson Cancer Center. Hundreds of thousands of patients have come to MD Anderson Cancer Center to participate in research studies in hopes of finding a cure for their cancers at great cost to themselves and their families, physically, mentally, emotionally, and financially. The treatments are rigorous, can have devastating, life-threatening complications, and leave those who might survive with long-term complications that can impact the quality of their lives and even cause secondary cancers. Many survivors benefit from CBD and cannabis in managing these long-standing side effects. If you are truly committed to serving Texas, committed to finding a cure for cancer and relieving the suffering of those undergoing treatment, you will take bold steps to bring this medicinal plant out from under lock and key, allowing physicians and scientists the opportunity to gain a greater understanding of its benefits, perform further research and discovery in how it will benefit patients. This medicinal plant is showing significant promise for healing complex and chronic diseases that have found no relief in pharmaceuticals and that have, quite the contrary, created more pain and suffering for many who end up using cannabis for relief. It is time to provide Texans with safe, legal access to medicinal whole plant cannabis. As a mother, I would like to read an excerpt from a testimony that I've provided to you from my son, who texted me this today, since he was not able to make it here. He served at Landstuhl, the Army Hospital, during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. And this is the first time I've heard from him about his experience, and this is just an excerpt. The memories of looking for the faces of friends I grew up with among the groups of wounded, hearing the code blues, knowing a family has lost a father, brother, son, sister, mother, daughter, do haunt me some days. My use of CBD oils and cannabis helped me fight the depression and self-loathing I feel from time to time for not having done more, whether there was more to be done or not. You don't stand in front of a bus full of horrifically wounded men and women you are serving with and the exhausted doctors that have been keeping them alive and not feel like you are doing enough. Please don't make it harder for the men and women who have served, are serving, and will serve to feel like a normal person again, to find the calm that tells them they are okay, everything is going to be okay, to fight the anxiety of those memories and the fear that has followed them home. We swore an oath to serve for you. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Now I beg you to stand and serve for us. Be it for my son or for the patients I have cared for, please vote this bill out of committee immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Chair calls Clifford Duval.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Price and members of the committee. I appreciate your time this evening. I know it's late. My name is Clifford Duval. I'm representing myself and Normal of Waco Incorporated, and I'm in favor of House Bill 2107. As a disabled veteran, former educator, and citizen, I'm here to request the expeditious passage of 2107. This expansion of the current Texas Compassionate Use Program is desperately needed for the hundreds of thousands of Texans suffering from a variety of chronic and deadly illnesses. Passing this critical piece of legislation will demonstrate to the Texas citizens this legislative body is not limited in its compassion. I have begged and pleaded in previous sessions with representatives only to be delayed
or refused an audience on this issue. An important issue, which if advanced can offer a quality of life without the multitude of deadly narcotics and life-altering medications to citizens across Texas. But what is the delay? Is it denial? The reason for delay is deadly. These former delays have been the deadliest form of denial for many Texans. Many that are not with us tonight, others that are desperately struggling and unable to even pen a testimony. If this committee's decision is further delayed, it is denying justice for seriously ill Texas citizens. How many more Texans must be allowed to suffer and die due to denial? How many trying to save their own lives must continue to be incarcerated because representatives don't accept the need? One more is too many. I'm not being authoritative defiant. I'm trying to survive. I would not survive in jail, yet I've heard representatives state, "You're not a criminal." But in reality, Texas law enforcement does not care, and people who medicate with cannabis are considered criminals. Until the laws are changed, and those of us in need, Texas will continue to incarcerate the chronically ill, their caregivers, destroying good Texas families, and driving tax-paying Texan citizens away as Texas medical refugees. As an educator, I was taught to seek the truth in the information I conveyed to the young minds in my trust. The truth with cannabis cannot be denied. The truth can no longer be hidden behind rhetoric. During this modern age of instant access, the truth is easily uncovered. The truth is saving lives, and the rhetoric of prohibition is destroying them. As a soldier, I was taught to adapt, to overcome the obstacles I encountered. This carries on in one's life, especially when faced with a health crisis. The endurance to continue takes every ounce of strength and faith, becoming a test in which many will not succeed without the help of this bill. As a disabled veteran, I am here today because cannabis saved my life. That prescribed medication was extinguishing. I am here as a living testament. With almost 1.7 million veterans living in Texas, those in need will continue to grow in numbers and will succeed in the mission to attain the quality of life they deserve. So while suffering Texans continue to live in the wrong zip code, having less than compassionate representation and zero recourse of action, many will continue to work for medical cannabis with zeal until the hate, fear, and refusal to accept the science is no longer the problem. Please remember, we are chronically ill citizens of Texas. Our health is cared for by healthcare professionals, not law enforcement officers. Please pass this important expansion to the Texas Compassionate Use Program, and please help those in need gain help that House Bill 2107 is offering. I've included in my packet my story and also excerpts from two books that my story has been in. One is Cannabis Saved My Life, and the other is Chronic Relief. And I was injured in Vietnam, in Saigon in 1975, April the 25th, helping to evacuate personnel out of the area. Did not know I was injured. I suffer from brain lesions. One of my eyes is not real. I've had numerous leg operations. In fact, one of my most recent was in 2014, knee replacement, which unfortunately did not go correct, and one of my legs is 2 centimeters longer than the other now. The VA has also found blast pattern lesions on the right hemisphere of my brain, so they misdiagnosed me for 28 years when they grounded me and sent me back to the States from Southeast Asia. They said I had glaucoma, but I suffered a traumatic brain injury and did not know it. My neurologist had me on methadone for 4 years, 3 times a day, from 2005 until 2009. Took all my quality of life away. In 2001 and 2002, the Texas Senate commended me as an Educator of the Year. And then came the methadone, came the pills. 16 prescriptions a day, did not take care of it. 4 years of methadone did not take care of it. My neurologist knows My doctors know. They're all veteran VA doctors, and they tell me, get out of Texas if you want to live.
Mr. Duvall, I know Chair Coleman has a comment or a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Coleman.
I just want you to know that it was this health committee, there are different members on it.
I understand.
That passed the Compassionate Use Act out. So we're not afraid. I've been on this committee since 1993.
I know I've testified 3 times.
So I just want to, but I want to say that.
I understand.
Because when you testified, even though it wasn't as broad as people would like it to be, we didn't punk out. And so I just want you to know that, because I was very proud of what we were able to accomplish last session.
Oh yes, every inch is a milestone in Texas.
That's right, because it was a good start. So I want to commit to you and the authors of the bill that I don't believe there are any punks or punkettes up here.
Well, I don't believe I said that.
No, you didn't, but you know, it's sort of like people tell me when I talk about the police, what I do seriously and with integrity. And we want to work on your behalf with that same seriousness and integrity.
Thank you.
So I think that's what's really important here. And the members that have brought this bill, they brought it because they believe that their colleagues who listen and will listen to you. And I just want to pledge to you that I know everyone up here is listening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
We appreciate yours. Thank you for your
Thank you so
testimony,
much.
and thanks for your service. Oh, that's all right. Don't worry about it. Chair calls Daryush Samhari.
Good evening, committee.
Good evening.
My name is Daryush Austin Zamhariri. I'm representing myself, and I am in full support of HB2107. I'm a born and raised Texas citizen who has worked in the food and beverage industry for nearly 20 years, and I also have a degree in business from the University of Texas at Dallas. In 2012, I began suffering from gastrointestinal issues. Symptoms included sharp, searing gut pain, erratic fever spikes, nausea, vomiting, and depressive insomnia. These occurrences usually kept me from working. Several early diagnoses included gall or kidney stones, acid reflux, or pancreatitis. They didn't know. Every time, 100%, the pain was treated with prescription opioids. By 2014, I began having chronic constipation. My unknown condition had grown into an intolerable state. I began to have procedures done, including a colonoscopy and upper endoscopy. This time I was diagnosed with an uncommon disease called small bowel Crohn's, coupled with irritable bowel syndrome, constipation. There is no cure for inflammatory bowel diseases such as Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. There are only treatments, therapies, and trial and error. I found all the ultra-expensive pharmaceutical anti-inflammatory and immunosuppressant drugs to be rarely effective and came with terrible side effects. In fact, one drug in particular gave me severe ear infections. At this point, there were only 2 options: continue down the path of toxic pills and potential surgeries, or try a more holistic approach. In 2015, I took a trip to Colorado to learn about some of the research of anti-inflammatory properties in cannabis and experiences of people with symptoms like mine. Through identifying triggers in my diet, a prescription flushing agent, taking certain vitamins, and moderate cannabis use, I truly learned how to regain my quality of life. And now I stand before you, the committee, 2 years in full remission. In conclusion, I would like to say that with medical cannabis, I am a healthy, productive, tax-paying citizen requiring no aid from the state. Without it, my debilitating condition would have rendered me disabled and without a job, likely costing taxpayers countless thousands in medical costs and welfare. I ask the committee to support House Bill 2107. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and may God bless the state of Texas.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Chair calls Frank Dorval. fine.
Come on. I know you're here.
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Frank Dorval. I'm here representing myself, and I'm in full support of HB 2107. My conditions are ankylosing spondylitis, iritis, neuropathy, and chronic pain. I'm a veteran that is classified disabled. I've been in my same house here in Austin for 20 years. I was a single father that raised my sons on the custody of myself. I was addicted to painkillers for 22 years. Out of that 22 years, 19 of them were on opiates. I was addicted to fentanyl, which was being injected into my spine every minute of every day for over 6 years. In addition to that, the VA was giving me 270 oxycodone pills a month that did not work. Okay, I've been off the opiates for 4 years now. I took and testified with the public committee in 2013, and not only did I come out of the closet, I kicked it open. Okay. Where were we? Okay. It was my choice to come off the opiates. I went to my doctors and said, we've done your guys' plan. It's killing me. I'm trying something different. Either you're on board with me or you're not. That's your choice. When I went to the VA and told them that I did not want another prescription for opiates, they told me, why would you ever want to come off of this? Everybody just wants their doses upped. I wanted off of this stuff. Okay. So what I did is right before 2013, I went up to Colorado and I tried medical cannabis. When I was up there, I did not take any of the opiates, none of the oxycodone that I had with me. Okay. When we started this hearing, the number 151 to me was huge. Now it's 150. And what does that mean? I'm different from a lot of these people. I have made the choice that I have to leave Texas as a medical refugee. I'm leaving my sons. I'm not going to be a part of their courting their future spouse. I will not be a part of my grandkids being born or being raised. I'm leaving all my friends, and I'm leaving my house that I've lived in for 20 years because of this. No patient should ever have to go through these choices for a plant. Okay. We had testimony earlier that cannabis does not help chronic pain patients. I beg to differ. I was on opiates for all those years. The only thing that got me off was the cannabis. So I'd like to introduce myself again. I'm a veteran, a father, a former opiate addict, a future medical refugee, and I am currently an illegal cannabis user here in Texas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thanks.
Chair calls Gretchen Mazziotti.
Gretchen Mazziotti, and I represent myself and the American Medicinal Botanical Association, which is a 501c3 located in the medical center, and I am for House Bill 2107.
Ms. Mazziotti, we do not have you registered for yourself. We just have you registered.
And that's just fine.
Well, I need to...
you may add me if you'd like.
We can't do it for you. We can do some things, but we can't do that. But when you finish testifying, if you'll get with Emily, she can add.
I would be happy to.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's actually a privilege to be here and to be among so many testimonies. And it's very moving, and it's a privilege. Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the legislature, thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak. My name is Gretchen Mazziotti, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the American Medicinal Botanical Association, headquartered in the prestigious Texas Medical Center Innovation Complex. The American Medicinal Botanical Association, or AMBA, promotes the integration of medicinal botanicals with traditional pharmaceutical treatments, clinical trials that focus on translational and precision medicine, and the basic science research on evidence-based findings in Texas, the United States, and globally. I am here in support of House Bill 2107, so the residents of this great state of Texas may have available to them what is already available in 29 states and the District of Columbia, which is the ability to have scientifically validated, prescribed, legal, medicinal, cannabinoid-derived medication and therapy for chronic illness, diseases, and other life-threatening circumstances. It is an honor to have had this opportunity to speak, and my information is on the bottom of my handout. Do you have any questions?
Members, are there any questions for this witness? We do appreciate you
Thank you.
staying
Thank you,
with
Chairman
us.
Price.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lori Zapinski.
Long day.
Yes, it is.
So my name is Lori Zapinski, and I'm here representing myself, and I am for House Bill 2107. So Chairman Price and committee members, thank you for having this hearing and listening to your constituents and the people of Texas. I'm a 51-year-old mother, grandmother, wife, homeowner. I work in technology. I'm a productive member of society. I have type 2 diabetes with severe neuropathy. My feet are basically always in pain. I don't use opiates. I won't use addictive medication. The doctors gave me gabapentin. It makes me foggy. It makes me not able to think. My job requires, I work in internet security, so I have to have my facilities. The prescriptions really have failed me. Cannabis actually does work on the pain. It stops it from being a constant bother. It allows me to sleep at night. Other states have not only decriminalized cannabis, but legalized it. They're building their economies, while Texas is just basically left behind. Texas needs to change its cannabis laws. It needs to step into this century. Texas needs to recognize that our citizens have a right to have a comprehensive medical cannabis program. I put myself at risk because we need this change, and I'm not a danger to society. I'm not a danger to anyone. So let's do this. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Yeah, we appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Right.
Chair calls Barbara Humphreys. Barbara Humphreys. Chair calls April Martinez.
My name is April Martinez. I am for this bill, and I represent myself. I am a retired Staff Sergeant of the United States Army. In 2007, I returned from Afghanistan, where I was deployed for 16 months. Upon returning to the state, I started to experience severe headaches, which quickly turned to daily migraines. For 10 years, I have suffered with debilitating 24/7 migraines. I just turned 37 2 weeks ago, and at this point, I have no hope that this condition is ever going to go away. I truly don't remember what it's like to be without pain. In 2011, I was retired from the Army after 9 years of service because of my medical condition, crushing my dreams of serving my full 20 years. After adopting our twins, my husband and I had to suspend our foster care license because my pain became too great. Over the years, I have taken numerous pills, injections, had multiple procedures and hospital stays, all in hopes of at least minimizing the migraines. Nothing seemed to work. In the summer of 2015, while living in Washington State, I tried medical marijuana at the advice of my doctor. It was life-changing. I used a liquid, which is considered an edible. I was able to measure out specific doses and tailor it to my pain at that exact moment. This was important for me because while my pain is always there, the pain level does fluctuate throughout the day. I was able to get off all of my multiple prescription medications. I was able to make it through extremely painful days when I would normally have to be shut in my room, curtains drawn, and an ice pack on my head just waiting for the pain to lessen and the torture would subside, which is exactly what I'm going through right now after this long day. With the help of cannabis, I was able to avoid that period and instead do things like clean my house or play with my kids, and all in the same day. These are small feats for most people. But when you're living with chronic pain, the simplest of activities or chores are enormous obstacles. In 2010, I had to put my college studies on hold because besides this chronic pain, severe migraine patients can also experience cognitive impairment, along with constant nausea, speech impairment, and fatigue, which was my case. I had not been able to sit down and read or study because of this. I was forced to put my dreams of a degree on hold. When I used cannabis, I found that my brain responded especially well, and I was for once able to concentrate and comprehend. I went out and I purchased my first book in years, and I read it all the way through in just 5 days. I felt like my life was being restored and my future seemed brighter. Then, in the fall of 2015, when my husband retired, also from the United States Army, we moved back to Texas, where medical marijuana was not an option for me anymore. My specialist here put me back on all of my prescription medications, which was 7 daily medications, more if you count the rescue or abortive meds that I would have to take multiple times a day, with a minimum of 14 to 23 pills a day, depending on pain level. I was devastated. The pain was back. My seclusion was back. And most of all, the feeling of incompetency as a wife and a mother returned. I implore you to listen wholeheartedly to the patients who are desperate for relief that only cannabis has been able to provide. For the patients, this plant has been life-changing and in many cases life-saving. I ask you to take into account the scientific evidence that continuously proves cannabis is a safer and much more effective medicine than most medications patients like me are already taking. Please don't let the law force us to continue this suffering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Timothy Curry.
Legs asleep.
I understand. Just state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
My name is Tim Curry. I represent myself, and I am in full support of HB 2107. These are the pills I take every day, nearly 10 of them. That's what it takes to keep my seizures away now. I'll read the rest of it. I'm a proud Texas resident, and I do not want to leave Texas. I grew up in Garland, and in November of '98, when I was 22, I was in a bad car accident that put me in a coma for 2 weeks, in the hospital for 6 weeks, and in outpatient rehab for 4 months. I had a skull fracture with traumatic brain injury, a collapsed lung, and a big cut on my face. If you noticed, it goes from my hair down to my neck, with several scar vision procedures done on the scar. During rehab, it was improved. I was recovering very well after rehab. So in September of '99, I was ready to move to Bryan, where I went to Blinn College. While in Bryan, I had some strange experiences that left me really scared. I later learned that those were partial seizures that were caused by damage from the accident. Those partial seizures didn't last long. I was awake and aware of everything while they were happening. I was left confused and with a dreadful, frightening feeling like something bad was about to happen. Those feelings would leave and everything would go back to normal after about 10 seconds. I had at least 2 of those seizures while I was in Bryan. In January of 2003, I moved to San Marcos to go to college at Texas State University. I moved into a 12-bedroom house in San Marcos. On the first day when I was moving in, one of my new roommates asked me if I wanted to smoke some marijuana. From that point on, for 5 years, I had no seizures whatsoever. I didn't smoke it every day, but it was always around while I was living in that house. And in August 2006, I graduated from Texas State with a BS in manufacturing engineering and became a manufacturing engineer at a company in New Braunfels. I moved into another house with one of those roommates. We continued to smoke marijuana occasionally, maybe once every 2 or 3 days, and it was enough to keep my seizures away, no pills whatsoever. In 2008, I started dating a girl that didn't like me smoking marijuana. I was always around her, so I stopped smoking. 2 weeks later, I had my first grand mal seizure. I woke up in a hospital with a black eye from hitting the floor, and the next day I went for an MRI. Scar tissue from the car accident was causing me to have seizures. I'll skip over. These pills are destroying my body. I had much better health when marijuana was in my life. Medical marijuana will be proven by legal use everywhere in the future, and it's time for Texas to show some compassion for Texans like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curry. I appreciate you being here.
You're welcome.
We all do. The chair calls Memphis DeAngelis.
Hi, I'm Memphis DeAngelis. I represent myself and my website, kennescp.com, and I'm here in full support of this bill. Today we've heard a lot about the epilepsy and the autism, and I see multiple stories of that, but I'm here with a different story. I was born with cerebral palsy, and I've always been improving in my life, and cannabis is my medicine. Nearly 2 years ago, my brother introduced me to cannabis. Hold on, I need to get my notes. 2 years ago, my brother introduced me to this magical plant called cannabis, which is my medicine. It helps me in so many different ways. It relaxes my muscles enough to where it's easier for me to carry a cup of coffee. And now I recently found out that I can use my right hand to open the can opener, use the can opener, which I have not been able to do that my whole life. But because of cannabis, it has relaxed my right arm enough to where I can use it. I use it to fall asleep when I want to go to bed, not when my body is is ready. I suffer from major insomnia, and cannabis is the only thing that will help me fall asleep. When I use this plant, I am the most creative. I'm a writer, and I can, without it, my writing isn't as good. It actually improves my writing, and that's all I want to do. I want to make films and write scripts and write books, and the plant helps me with that. I'm a YouTuber, and when I record a video after using cannabis, I can tell that it improves my voice just by watching the video over again. These are reasons why I believe that this magical plant called cannabis should be legalized nationwide. Also, I'm not one who uses pharmaceuticals because I know that they are more harmful than cannabis. I've never in my life needed to use pharmaceuticals for my disability or for the regular stuff that everybody goes through. But cannabis actually, like I never needed a medicine until I found cannabis because nothing else actually worked. So I encourage you to support House Bill 2107 because I need to have access to my medicine without being considered a criminal. And I would like to call out people like Jeff Sessions who make this statement of good people don't smoke marijuana because if you know me, you know that I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never got arrested or been to, or pled guilty or none of that. But because of cannabis, me being a good person, I'm considered a criminal. So this is why this is so important to me. I encourage you to vote this bill and push it to the floor so that Texas can have medical cannabis for all of us.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Representative Collier.
Memphis, that last statement you said, I'm sorry you even had to hear that, and everyone that you would have to hear something like that, because you know the benefits of cannabis for you, and for someone to say that on what you have to go through, and no one can judge unless you walk a day in my shoes.
Right.
And so I feel, I'm sorry that you even had to hear that.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate that you would have to hear that.
It's ridiculous. I'm always on Facebook looking at what's going on. I've been eating the right now. I'm like I don't even want. It's crazy that people don't even see what these mega benefits are, and they just decide to make irrational statements like good people don't smoke.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Kate Bennett. If you'll please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Yes. My name is Mary Kate Bennett. I represent myself. I fully support HB 2107. I have to dispute also the neuropathy statement by the doctor. I suffer from many illnesses, and one of them is severe arthritis. I've had 2 knee replacements, the first one at 50, and because of a nerve block, there was a nerve block done to try to relieve pain so they wouldn't have to give me so much morphine. They didn't tell me that was experimental. And when I woke up, I could not feel my foot. So after about 8 weeks, feeling it's coming back, it feels like I'm stepping on something. After about 10 weeks, my nerve woke up and screamed at me. I was readmitted to the hospital for pain management. They tried to find every reason in the world other than that surgery that caused this. But I was sent to a neurologist. They did the test. My perineal and my sciatic nerve were permanently damaged at the knee. Now, he talked about 300 milligrams of gabapentin. I was on 4,000 milligrams of gabapentin a day. And I don't know if any of y'all know what that would do to a normal person. But it's metabolized through your kidneys. And I'm scared to death that I was going to lose my kidneys. This was 10 years ago. Well, 2 years ago, I read an AARP bulletin. Yes, I am over 55. I'm almost 61. And they were listing medical marijuana and the things it can do for the elderly. I didn't think of myself as elderly, but I am. And top of the list was neuropathy, nerve pain, arthritis. My husband put me in the car and took me to Colorado. He's a good man. I did my own testing, and I used edibles. I have primary immune deficiency and lung problems from that, and I cannot smoke anything. But it is in 10 milligrams of THC per piece, or in liquid form. A drop is 10 milligrams. I gradually weaned myself off from 800 milligrams 5 times a day to 0. 0. Now that sounds impossible. I never thought that could happen, but it did. And because of all that pain, I was also on sleeping medicine, anxiety medicine, hydrocodone. I don't want to take that stuff. I don't want to be a criminal in Texas. I was born in San Antonio. Thank you, San Antonio representatives. And I've lived 60 years in Lake Jackson. So I've never lived in another state. My family's here, my children and my grandchildren. Please don't make me have the option of leaving the state of Texas or being a criminal. I'm not a criminal. I'm a business owner. I have never had a brush with the law at all. The worst I've had is a speeding ticket and maybe 2 in my life. So I really appreciate you listening. I really hope you will represent me and all the other Texans who need your help, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Catherine Morgan. Catherine Morgan. Good evening.
Good evening or good morning, everybody. My name is Catherine Cochran Morgan. I am for the HB 2107 bill. So then start.
Representing yourself?
I'm representing myself.
Thank you.
My name is HM3 Fleet Marine Force Catherine T. Cochran Morgan. I hold the honor of having served in the U.S. Navy for 6 years. From 2004 to 2010, my job and rate was a hospital corpsman, which translates into a combat medic. I had the privilege of doing a tour in Iraq from 2008 to 2009. I learned a lot serving this great country. The biggest two I learned: ask a lot of questions and do your own research. Knowledge will save your life or the life of another. Preparation and being mission ready are vital to the success of the mission, which was to bring everyone home safely. I stand here before you carrying on the same mission today, which was to bring everyone home safely. I stand here before you carrying on that mission. Our mission has not changed, just our location. We are fighting for not only our brothers and sisters, but for all the mamas out there, for all the baby boomers who are committing suicide at a staggering rate due to depression and other elements impeding on their life. We know cannabis saves lives. It saved mine in many ways, more than one. I'm also a businesswoman. I've looked at the ratio of sales in legal states and see how so many issues like opiate addiction, epidemics, DWI with alcohol, and teen use has gone down in legal states. I'm not speaking by reading. I go there. I've been doing a documentary. I've been talking to each and every one of these medical refugees from Ohio, from Texas, from Florida, from New York, Alabama, all these states. They all have the same thing in common. Their senators are not listening. They are not voting. They are not listening to us. I asked everyone on this council, how much revenue do you think the cannabis industry made in 2016? We know it's about money. We're not stupid. We're all standing here. We get we're capitalists. We know what we are. So we're talking to you, and we're going to talk about money right now. The legal cannabis market was worth an estimated $7.2 billion in 2016 and is projected to grow at a compound annual rate of 17%. Medical marijuana sales are projected to grow from $4.7 billion in 2016 to $13.1 billion by 2020. Marijuana Industry Project to create more jobs in manufacturing by 2020. Forbes Magazine, February 22nd, 2017. I ask each and every one of you, how much more must Texan citizens have to take for our senators to hear our cry for help? We have to ask permission like children. Like I said before, I've been flying all over the United States talking to cannabis medical refugees that have to sell all their possessions. I had to interview a family last week in Colorado, and they weren't wearing wedding rings. And I asked them why. They had to pawn their wedding rings to get their kids here. It's Colorado. You shouldn't have to pawn your wedding rings. Texas is a culture, and so is cannabis. Our community is strong, but it's separated right now by inhumane laws. I asked this committee to think if you had to move right now, could you? Drop everything to save your husband, your wife, your child, yourself? Could you? Even the financial burden was so great, would you? These people did. They shouldn't have had to. I stand here before you with the hope that you make the right choice and ask for a vote. When it comes time, I hope you vote yes. We need a safe and legal access for all Texans. My question to you is, what side of history are you on? Thank you for your time, and I look forward to each and every one of you voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for sticking with us all night.
Of course, that's what I do.
Chair calls Ian Benoist.
Sure.
You'll have to correct me.
No, it's all good. Chairman Price and respected members of the committee, my name is Ian Benoist. I'm representing myself, and I'm testifying here in support of HB 2107. I'm a West Point graduate, former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, U.S. Army officer, and combat veteran who participated in Operation Just Cause in the Republic of Panama. This operation was the largest combat operation in U.S. history, focused directly on the war on drugs. I grew up in Hawaii in the 1970s, where cannabis was decriminalized and fully integrated into the culture before DARE or the Green Harvest Military Eradication Project that left Hawaii with one of the nation's worst meth epidemics. I've been healing myself of childhood, multiple car accident, and sexual trauma for over 25 years with cannabis and other medicinal plants as a practitioner of ethnobotany along with the spiritual practice. I was a pharmaceutical rep here in Austin, Texas in 1990 for Pfizer, where I witnessed firsthand the meteoric rise of the antidepressants and synthetic opioids, which are now obviously part of the national epidemic. I'm part of a number of nonprofit organizations dedicated to the healings of veterans who have PTSD, addiction, TBI, and using cannabis and other plant medicines, called Veterans for Entheogenic Therapy and Weed for Warriors Project. I'm part of the team working on a documentary called Shock to Awe that chronicles the journey of military veterans as they seek relief from PTSD with cannabis, ayahuasca, and MDMA. I was in Stone Vets on Weedakit, a cannabis-focused series on Viceland on HBO with a number of other veterans protesting the VA's policy on medical cannabis and trying to end the veteran suicide epidemic. And exactly 1 year ago, I took 6 veterans with PTSD who all use cannabis to Peru, where these medicines are legal, to use ayahuasca and other plant medicines with 3 Shipibo shaman brothers that are 3rd-generation plant medicine healers. I also took the same veterans to Mexico, where these plant medicines are also legal for treatment with ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT. And this experience was released as a documentary this past March called Soldiers of the Vine. So I know it's a lot of stuff about me, but it's to show you how involved I am in this. And the reason that I'm able to do any of my work to help our veterans reintegrate back into society by washing off their war pain and healing the moral and spiritual injuries they came back with from war is because cannabis saved their lives to begin with. Cannabis is a gateway to life. There's 8 brothers and sisters of mine in this room who've testified tonight who are here only because cannabis saved their life. And sadly, there are many more of my brothers and sisters that are not here because they do not have legal access to this medicine. Maintaining prohibition is a death sentence for these veterans, of which 1.7 million live in Texas. How many of these veterans' lives matter? By prohibiting what God has created and gave to us as a gift, Texas is maintaining a lie against the Creator. Who is worse than one who invents a lie against the Most High? Jesus said, what goes into a mouth does not defile that person. What comes out of one's mouth, that defiles that person. I urge you to uncover the truth about cannabis in each of your own hearts and free the plant to fulfill the divine purpose that God put it on this earth for, to heal humanity and sustain the rest of creation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you being here.
My pleasure.
That is our last registered witness. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2107?
Sorry, I did register. I don't know.
That's okay. You can testify, but I'll have to have Emily help you register.
I'm sorry. I did it on my phone. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, did you register?
I did.
Oh, you did register. I'm sorry.
I did register on my phone, but I don't know.
Come on up.
I apologize.
That's okay. No need to apologize. What's your name?
Rebecca Harmon. And I will be brief, but I drove 13 hours, so I'd just be quick.
We have...
I had some trouble with the website for a minute, and then we got it to work, so I'm not sure.
That's okay.
I apologize. What do I need to tell you then?
It's okay. Emily can help you register.
After?
But go ahead and...
I'll be quick.
No, it's okay. We'll go ahead and take your testimony. Tell us your name and who you represent, your position on the bill.
My name is Rebecca Harmon. I represent myself, and I am here for the bill.
Okay.
I will be brief. I have some things I was going to say. I actually am from your district. I got to meet with you a few months before we relocated to Colorado. Thank you for that. And I want to thank each of you for your time. I know it's late. It's really past my bedtime. I'm not even nervous anymore. I'm so tired. So I guess that worked out well. But thank you. I have great respect for all of you. I'm super excited to get to be here back in Texas. So thank you for your time. This is Jillian Faith. We call her Jilly. I won't go into great detail. So many things have already been covered tonight. She does have spastic quadriplegic cerebral palsy, intractable epilepsy, hip dysplasia, developmental delays are among some of her diagnosis, and Chairman Price got to meet her back in October. We got to go to his office. Jilly has had thousands and thousands of seizures. When she was an infant, she had about 40 to 50 seizures a day. Someone mentioned phenobarbital earlier, which is one of the drugs they use for the death penalty. At 5 weeks old, she was put on phenobarbital, really high doses. So we've been on all the drugs, the medications, just like everybody's already talked about. We learned about medical cannabis 3 years ago, and as parents, we had no choice but to try. It was sort of our last hope. We had tried everything else, and watching her seize and be in pain just wasn't an option anymore. So we relocated to Colorado. We split up, not officially split up, but my husband had to stay in Texas. He worked for the railroad for almost 13 years. He had to stay here and work. The kids and I, we have 2 other children along with Jillian. We lived in our camper in Colorado. It was interesting, but that's what we had to do. And it got very difficult. But, you know, I missed my husband, the kids missed their daddy, but the cannabis was working for Jilly. So we were excited. We continued to try to find a way to relocate permanently. We were unable to. So last year we had to come back to Texas. We chose to take Jillian off of the cannabis because it's, of course, not legal here. And I didn't want to get in trouble. So we took her off. Within a few weeks of coming back to Texas, her conditions all worsened dramatically. I was actually really surprised at how quickly she deteriorated. She actually had a status seizure that lasted several hours. We actually thought we were going to lose her. It was really, really scary. So after that happened, we decided that we had to find a way to permanently relocate. There was just no question anymore. So lots of, you know, uprooting the kids and selling houses, and we now live in Colorado. Jilly is 80 to 90% seizure free. Her pain is reduced dramatically. It's just been amazing. We're really glad to be there, but it has been really difficult. We've lost a lot. We've drained our bank accounts. We can't bring her here. I have a picture, and not her because she can't come, because I can't bring her medicine. We can't see our family or our friends. So it's really been very difficult. As thankful as we are, our hearts are really broken that we can't be here. So I just want to thank each of you for your time and ask you, please, 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 to help us bring Jilly home. No one should have to relocate to get well. So thank you all so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for traveling.
Yes,
13 hours to be here. Really appreciate you.
I wanted to see you again.
Good to see you again. Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
You. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I apologize for the mess up on the registering.
She'll help you, and it'll be fine. Thank you.
Could I add one more quick thing? This giant.
1 second.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, come on. I know you're registered to testify. If you'll introduce yourself again and state your name.
Timothy Curry.
Who you represent?
Representing myself, and I'm totally for this.
Okay.
This thing on my chin here was from a seizure I had last weekend. It has 8 stitches. I busted that open. And even though I'm on all this medication, I'm still having seizures. When marijuana use was part of my life, I had no seizures whatsoever. I took no medications whatsoever. And one more last thing. If you're interested in reading the Bible, check it out under Timothy 4:4. He says, everything created by God is good, and nothing shall be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving.
Thank you. Appreciate that testimony. Members, we do have a resource witness from the Department of Public Safety if anybody would like to hear a resource witness.
Yeah.
And I do want to say we had over 180, I guess about 187 folks registered. We had many testify. We had over, I guess it was approximately 66 registered to testify. And I know that there were many stakeholders and many advocates, groups across not only this area but across the state that had representatives testify on their behalf because so many were similarly situated, which obviously this was a long hearing on a bill, but it could have been much longer if everybody individually would testify. So we do appreciate those groups, you know, condensing or having representatives testify because it does, as you can tell, make a difference in terms of how much we can do in a single day in a single hearing. So it is evident that it's a very passionate topic, and I just want to let you know how much the committee appreciates the authors of the bill and the folks who are interested in the stakeholders working together to help us manage our time and the testimony throughout the process. So I just want to make sure you know how much we appreciate that. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2107? And the chair recognizes Representative Lucio to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first thank you you're a great guy, and you're really good to work with. And you're a gentleman.
Very kind. Thank you.
I appreciate how you approach the process, and all the committee members for hanging in there and being here so long. Thank you. And I want to thank, it's okay, thank Pepper while I'm over. I want to thank Jason Isaac, my joint author in the bill, who's really gotten into the weeds with me on advocacy and making sure the right language is in the bill. Thank you. The resource witness that was here the entire time, our state employee who hung in there with us. But it's really about the people here today, the witnesses. You know, we heard from veterans, from moms, from dads, from doctors, senior citizens, survivors, folks from all over the state. People came all the way from California to testify. I think when we hear these very heartfelt testimony, we internalize it. I internalize it when I think about my kids. You know, they're at home and I'm away from them, and it's the hardest thing about serving in this process. And I'm very lucky. I have 2 healthy kids, and I don't have to make the choices that these folks make in this room. And I don't want to keep them from making their kid better. And if it were my kids, it would be nothing that would stop me from bringing them some relief. I see the loved ones in my family who have suffered from cancer and not being able to have relief. The veterans in my family, and you know, my own modest experience with lupus. You know, Doc, those first year was rough, really rough. I remember the day that my wife said, enough, we're going to the doctor. I couldn't bend my wrists. I couldn't do certain things. I couldn't turn the car on. And my wife's like, what's wrong with you? You need to go to the doctor. I'm like, no, I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I got court. She's like, no, we're going. And being in pain is really humbling. So, you know, I'll end with this. Other than thank you, my wife and I were watching the Game Show Network on Sunday night, working on my kids' project. And I don't know if you've ever watched the Game Show Network. I love it because Steve Harvey's hilarious on Family Feud. And we watched 6 hours of it on Sunday night working on my kids' art project. But every commercial break, 6 out of 7 of the commercials are for pharmaceuticals. And my wife and I just started laughing, and then we started to pay attention to all the side effects, and it was some scary stuff. I said, I think I'd rather suffer from the disease than from all those side effects. And we hear that today. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be on the floor a lot the next couple of days. I'm going to reach out to all of you and let's see what we can do to bring some relief to these folks. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. If there are no objections, the substitute is withdrawn and HB 2107 will be left pending. Members, we have one more bill. Representative Davis' bill is not being heard tonight. She agreed to pull down that bill for some reasons that suit her, and so House Bill 3457 will not be heard tonight, but I do have Senate Bill 74. So the chair lays out Senate Bill 74 by Senator Nelson, and as its sponsor will explain this bill. This is a very easy bill to explain, so I don't think it will take that long. I'm going to let things calm down just a second before we get going. Members, Senate Bill 74 by Senator Nelson seeks to help build capacity within our mental health system and specifically to help serve children with high mental health needs and their families through clarifying contract requirements between a provider and a managed care organization. Senator Nelson authored SB 58 in the 83rd legislative session, which added community rehabilitative services to Medicaid managed care by allowing providers other than local mental health authorities to provide mental health rehabilitative services and targeted case management to children with high needs and their families. 4 years later, only 4 providers have been credentialed, and 2 more are currently undergoing the credentialing process. Barriers to credentialing cited by providers include the misunderstanding of requirements to become a credentialed provider and credentialing-related expenses. The purpose of SB 74 is to clarify credentialing requirements for providers with the goal of credentialing more providers to administer more services to children in need. The bill accomplishes this goal by requiring a provider entity to only comply with the contract and training requirements specific to serving children and their families. Secondly, it clarifies that a provider entity is not required to provide a 24/7 behavioral health crisis hotline or a mobile crisis team if the MCO provides 24/7 emergency coverage. My understanding is this was being interpreted to basically there was language that would have been applicable to the MCO, but it was being read as also being required of the provider. So a lot of providers didn't have a 24/7 hotline and that sort of thing, but this is intended to clear that up. And lastly, it clarifies that a provider entity is not required to provide the lower levels of care if the entity has a referral arrangement to provide access to these services. The bill does clarify that a provider entity is not required to provide services funded by GR, and it requires HHSC to update Medicaid managed care contracts, the manual, and the Child Adolescent Mental Health Resilience and Recovery Utilization Management Guidelines within 60 days. I'd be happy to answer any questions, members. I think this bill really is intended to provide a little better credentialing processes, make it clear, and provide more services to the children that need them. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have and reserve my right to close. Okay, we do have one registered witness. Chair calls Michelle Harper. And Michelle, thank you for staying with us. You probably learned a lot today.
I did. I certainly did. Thank you so much for having me tonight, Chairman Price, members.
Would you just state your name,
yes.
who you represent, and your position on this bill?
Yes, sir. I'm Michelle Harper, and I'm here representing the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, and we are in support of this bill, and I'll be very brief. I know it's late. I just want to thank you for your consideration of this bill. We think it's an important step in ensuring that children get the intensive mental health care services they need, and that's through those clarification of credentialing requirements so that more private providers can enroll and get credentialed to provide these services. We estimate that only about 5% of kids in the state get their services that they need today. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Members, any questions of Ms. Harper? Really, thank you for staying. I'm very grateful. I know that when the schedule gets hectic, sometimes you just can't predict what it's going to look like. But thank you for sticking around to testify on the bill. We really do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
I guess there's no questions. Yes,
awesome.
you're off the hook.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against Senate Bill 74? Members, I'll just close by saying there's an estimated 30,000 children in Texas in poverty who need this care, 4,000 of which are in foster care right now. Senate Bill 74 clarifies these credentialing requirements for individual providers that we discussed within an MCO with the goal of expanding system capacity.